He crouched down, his face a mixture of shock, awe, and amusement. "A cat?" he muttered to himself. "After all that build-up, it's a cat?" The spirit beast walked forward on unsteady legs, its fur practically glowing with vitality. It stumbled slightly, then looked up at Hengsheng and let out another soft cry, as though calling for his attention. Hengsheng let out a short laugh, shaking his head. "All right, little one, let's see what you've got. Don't let your looks fool me. I know you're something special." He extended a hand, and the gray cat nuzzled against his palm. A small warmth spread through his hand, accompanied by a faint pulse of qi. Hengsheng's expression softened, a rare smile playing on his lips. Hengsheng picked the cat up, carefully inspecting it with both his eyes and his qi sense. To all appearances, it seemed like an ordinary domestic cat. Its silky gray fur shimmered faintly under the room's light, and it had an alert yet docile demeanor. It was female, and if not for the fact he had just watched it hatch from a spirit beast egg, Hengsheng might have dismissed it as a mere house pet. "What kind of spirit beast are you?" he muttered, observing her features. The cat wasn't a newborn. It looked more like a 6-month-old kitten, agile and aware. Hengsheng nodded to himself. It wasn't uncommon for spirit beasts to emerge from their eggs in a semi-mature state. Some could even fight immediately after hatching. "Meow?" The cat tilted her head, her large, curious eyes blinking at him. Hengsheng chuckled. "You're a quiet little thing, aren't you?" He held out a small, low-rank spirit stone. The cat's eyes widened as she eagerly batted at the stone with her paw, nibbling on it delicately. Intrigued, Hengsheng activated his spirit body to observe her. He noticed how the cat was effortlessly absorbing the spiritual qi within the stone, nurturing her body in a slow yet steady manner. Hengsheng couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. "Beasts have it so easy," he muttered. "They just absorb resources and grow stronger. No need for techniques or complicated methods like us humans." The spirit stone soon crumbled into dust, completely drained of its qi. The cat looked up at Hengsheng and let out a plaintive meow, her small eyes pleading for more. Hengsheng smirked. "Already spoiled, huh?" He handed her another spirit stone, which she immediately pounced on with enthusiasm. As she gnawed on the stone, Hengsheng triggered his system to form a soul contract. Unlike the traditional method, where a cultivator bonded with a spirit beast companion by directly feeding their qi into the egg to create an automatic life bond soul contract, Hengsheng's approach was different. His system allowed him to use the formal soul contract method, often employed by tamers to bind spirit or demon beasts. This method was more flexible, allowing for mutual agreement on the contract's conditions. A faint glow enveloped Hengsheng and the cat as the contract formation began. The system displayed the proposed terms to the cat, and surprisingly, she didn't resist at all. Instead, she purred contentedly, radiating trust and acceptance. Ding! Soul contract successfully established. Hengsheng smiled as the notification appeared, watching the cat curl up contentedly in his lap. He felt a soul connection between them was formed. His main system was also linked to the cat system, further enhancing its function. For the first time in a long while, he felt a genuine sense of companionship. The path of cultivation was often a lonely one, and this small creature offered a warmth he hadn't realized he missed. He opened the system to check the cat's status. Name, race, domestic cat. Age, 0. Bloodline, affinity, neutral. Cultivation realm, rank 1 spirit beast, 0.01%. Special traits, infinity evolution. Domestic cat, huh? Hengsheng murmured, smirking. "You don't seem very special, but I've got a feeling you'll surprise me." The cat purred again, her tiny body pressing closer to his chest as if agreeing with his statement. Hengsheng leaned back, marveling at his experiment's success. "All right, little one. Let's see a broken bar. Do you want a name?" "Meow?" She tilted her head, seemingly not understanding his words but somehow grasping his intention. "All right then, how about Meowzilla?" he said with a playful grin. Hiss. The cat's reaction was immediate and fiery. She swatted at his face with her tiny paw, her soft but insistent blows catching him off guard. Okay, I'm sorry." "Why did you suddenly become so ferocious?" Hengsheng exclaimed, raising his hands in surrender. The cat stopped her attack, sitting down with a dignified air, but her narrowed eyes and flicking tail clearly warned him to tread carefully. "All right, how about Chairman Meow?" Hengsheng suggested, trying again. The cat's response was just as swift. She resumed her barrage of slaps, her little paw tapping his cheek repeatedly as if to scold him. "Fine, fine. I'll try something cuter, okay?" Hengsheng said, chuckling despite himself. She stopped her assault, hissing one last time as if warning him not to test her patience further. Hengsheng scratched his head, racking his brain for a name that might meet her elusive standards. Then, an idea struck him. "Yansu." "What do you think?" "It means pale cloud, suits your sleek, light gray fur, don't you think?" The cat paused, her sharp eyes locking onto his. She let out a soft meow before returning to nibbling on her spirit stone. Hengsheng smirked, assuming her contented response meant she accepted the name. "Yansu it is, then," he said, a hint of triumph in his voice. Hengsheng let her play with the spirit stones. After all, she was just born a few minutes ago. Forcing her into rigorous training now felt unnecessary and cruel. Watching her nibble on the stone, her tiny paws clutching it with innocent curiosity, he couldn't help but feel a growing attachment. "How could I not be soft on something this adorable?" he thought, a small smile tugging at his lips. Turning his attention to something else, Hengsheng focused on the peculiar connection he had sensed after the soul contract was formed. He realized that his main system was now linked to the system he had installed into Yansu while she was still an egg. This link seemed to have drawn back some system essence from her system into his own, leaving behind only the special trait she had been born with. Intrigued, Hengsheng inspected the trait's details. Infinite evolution allows its possessor to continuously evolve their bloodline without limit. Grants the ability to extract and assimilate the bloodline essence of defeated beings, harnessing their power to enhance the possessor's own bloodline or forge entirely new and unique bloodlines. Hengsheng was stunned. "These are broken bar. This is ridiculous," he muttered. The ability was beyond powerful, practically god tier. The idea of an evolving, limitless bloodline was unheard of, even among the most formidable cultivators or demon beasts. His initial reaction was envy. "I want this for myself," he thought, shaking his head with a wry smile. Well, technically, he can have it, but that is for later when he is powerful enough to make such a system. But upon deeper reflection, Hengsheng understood that this trait wasn't entirely a product of his system. It was impossible to create something so overwhelming with the current rank of his system. Instead, the system must have guided the forces of heaven and earth to bestow the trait upon the egg during its transformation. "I made the right choice," Hengsheng murmured, watching Yansu happily gnaw on another spirit stone. For spirit beasts or demons, the ability to control and evolve their bloodline was god tier, because they whose strength largely stemmed from the bloodlines rather than strength that accumulated while cultivation, would undoubtedly envy such a trait if they knew about it. Looking at Yansu, Hengsheng felt a sense of satisfaction and pride. He knew she would one day become a force to be reckoned with. But for now, she was just a playful kitten, blissfully unaware of the grand potential she carried within her. Hengsheng sat cross-legged in the simulator, staring intently at the hexagonal stone before him. Made from refined spirit stone, it was a foundational material used by runic engravers to craft runestones capable of holding intricate engravings. Today's practice involved attempting to engrave his first runestone using techniques he had studied from the Introduced Professions book in the Lan Clan library. With a deep breath, Hengsheng steadied his spiritual chi and began the engraving process. The glowing threads of chi followed his mental commands, tracing the delicate rune patterns onto the stone's surface. It seemed to be going well until it wasn't. The glowing thread suddenly flickered, destabilized, and dissipated, leaving the stone unmarked. Another failure. Frustrated but reflective, Hengsheng examined the reasons for his repeated failures. It wasn't a lack of talent. His control over spiritual chi was nearly flawless. No, the problem lay elsewhere. His mental power, his ability to sustain focus and precision throughout the engraving processor, was simply too weak. "This is the same problem again," Hengsheng muttered. His mind wasn't strong enough to keep up with the demands of professions like runic engraving. It wasn't just a minor setback. It was a glaring weakness that had hindered him repeatedly, even in other areas of his cultivation journey. This practice session only confirmed what he already knew, even though his mind would get stronger by breakthrough into the higher realms. He did not want to be that passive. He needed to seriously train his mind. Hengsheng leaned back, exhaling deeply. Training the mind was as straightforward as strengthening the body or refining qi. In this world, techniques to enhance mental power existed, but such knowledge was far from accessible. The library's first floor held no resources on advanced mental cultivation. Such techniques were tightly guarded secrets, often exclusive to the profession associations or passed down to disciples by masters. If I truly want to learn these techniques formally, Hengsheng thought, I'll either need to join a professional association and pay an exorbitant amount of spirit stones or catch the attention of a master by showcasing my potential. Both paths were feasible, but Hengsheng knew his time was limited. The metal flow plane gathering was fast approaching, and his mission loomed large over his thoughts. I can't make this my main focus now, he decided. Strengthening my body, qi, and techniques comes first. I'll revisit this once Lanu is back. Opening his eyes, Hengsheng was greeted by the sight of Yunsu perched near him, her small body leaning forward as she sniffed curiously at his face. Her bright eyes gleamed with mischief as she let out a soft, inquisitive meow. A chuckle escaped his lips as he reached out to stroke her fur. What a cute little troublemaker you are, he said, the weight of his earlier frustrations momentarily lifting. Yunsu batted playfully at his hand, her tiny paw brushing his fingers. Hengsheng smiled to himself. All right, Yunsu. Back to work. I'll figure this out, one step at a time. Knock knock. Young master. Hengsheng opened his eyes, breaking out of his meditation. It had been 7 days since the Lan Clan's arrival in Golden City. During that time, Hengsheng had barely stepped outside his room, focusing instead on stabilizing his cultivation and honing his techniques within the simulator. The voice outside his door belonged to Lanu, who had presumably returned from her exploration of the city. Come in, Hengsheng said, his voice calm yet commanding. The door opened, and Lanu entered, her usual composure faltering slightly when her gaze fell upon the small grey cat lounging on Hengsheng's lap. Yunsu was batting a spirit stone playfully, her soft fur gleaming under the light. Noticing the flicker of surprise and what seemed to be a hint of adoration in Lanu's expression, Hengsheng smirked. This is Yunsu, my contracted beast, he explained. You'll be responsible for her care whenever I'm away. Lanu nodded, a faint smile breaking her disciplined demeanor. Understood, young master, she replied, seemingly pleased with her new task. What about the mission I gave you? Hengsheng asked, his tone turning serious. Did you find anything? Lanu straightened, her professional demeanor snapping back into place as she began delivering her findings. She had meticulously explored the city during the past few days, noting its intricate layout and major landmarks. She described how Golden City was divided into distinct districts, each catering to a specific aspect of cultivator life via commercial zones bustling with artifact and elixir vendors, training grounds for sparring and qi refinement, and residential quarters for both locals and visiting sects. The local market, she had observed, was a hub of activity, filled with stalls offering herbs, spirit stones, and beast materials. Lanu had pinpointed the locations of several prominent shops, including a few known for selling high-quality crafting materials, which might interest Hengsheng. For transportation, she noted that the city had a network of teleportation arrays and sky paths. These were heavily guarded and strictly regulated by the Golden Sword sect, ensuring only those with proper credentials could use them. Lanu had also identified a few alternative routes less conspicuous but equally efficient for navigating the city without drawing attention. Regarding his special mission, she had located the Profession Association, a grand structure where the most skilled alchemists, formation masters, and other professions convened. It was a place where knowledge and techniques were gathered, though access was often restricted to members or those willing to pay a significant price. Lastly, she mentioned the recent buzz in the city. A newly ascended rank 8 alchemist who can make it top-quality pilfer Saint Realm cultivators had been making waves. This figure had become a focal point of discussion among cultivators. Hengsheng nodded as he listened to the detailed report. Lanu's thoroughness never failed to meet his expectations. Once she finished, he stood up, gently setting Yansu aside. "I'll head into the city myself," Hengsheng declared, adjusting his robes. "Take care of Yansu while I'm gone." Lanu nodded, stepping forward to pick up the small spirit beast. Yansu looked up at Hengsheng, letting out a soft, protesting meow. Her large eyes filled with disappointment. Hengsheng chuckled and reached out to scratch her behind the ears. "Don't worry, Yansu. I'll be back soon. Stay with Lanu and behave." Reluctantly, Yansu allowed herself to be picked up, though she let out a final, mournful meow broken by as Hengsheng turned to leave. He can't take her with him in the city full of cultivators who have more power than him. If someone sees this cuteness and decides to kidnap her, he would be helpless. Walking out of his chamber, Hengsheng encountered his other servants and quickly dismissed them with a simple command. "I'll be going alone. Stay here and tend to the sky ship." "Yes, young master," they responded in unison, bowing deeply. Hengsheng made his way to the exit of the sky ship. The golden city loomed before him, its grand entrance bustling with activity as cultivators from all walks of life moved in and out. The sight was both invigorating and intimidating. Hengsheng wasted no time as he stepped through the city gates, heading directly to the nearest teleportation array. His destination was the Profession Association's main branch, which was located in the central area of Golden City. Walking there was out of the question. The city's sheer size was daunting, stretching so far that it would take a month to traverse from the northernmost end to the southernmost end even at a cultivator's pace. Before long, he reached the teleportation array site, a bustling hub where cultivators of various ranks lined up for transportation. The area was manned by Golden Sword Sect staff clad in their distinctive golden robes. Hengsheng approached one of the attendants and presented his identification plate. "I wish to travel to the central area," he said firmly. The staff member inspected his plate carefully, confirming his identity before nodding and gesturing for him to follow. Hengsheng was guided upstairs to a private chamber where a smaller teleportation array awaited. The attendant activated the formation with practiced ease, and the room glowed with intricate patterns of light. "Please step in," the attendant said politely. Hengsheng did as instructed, stepping onto the array. A flash of light engulfed him, and when it dissipated, his surroundings had completely changed. He now stood in a much larger teleportation chamber, with an enormous formation etched into the floor. Around him, cultivators were appearing one after another, quickly making their way toward the exit doors on the far side of the room. Following the flow of people, Hengsheng stepped outside. The scene that greeted him was breathtaking. A bustling central district teeming with life and activity. Majestic buildings towered above, and the air hummed with an overwhelming concentration of spiritual chi. He turned to face the north, where his target loomed in the distance, the Profession Association's main branch. The building was a colossal structure, standing at an impressive height of more than 300 meters tall and equally wide. Its grand design and sheer size exuded an aura of authority and prestige, leaving no doubt that it was the heart of the city's professional community. Hengsheng's gaze lingered on the towering structure for a moment before he stepped forward. Hengsheng stood before the towering structure, his gaze fixed on the gleaming sign at the entrance, Professions Association main branch. The sheer size and grandeur of the building left him in awe. It was by far the largest man-made structure he had ever encountered. Even its majesty is completely overshadowed the golden pillar that loomed in the background. Though the building was impressive in its own right, the golden pillar's divine presence seemed to cast everything else in its shadow. Taking a moment to absorb the atmosphere, Hengsheng observed the intricate designs carved into the building's exterior, or symbols of the countless professions it represented. The entrance bustled with cultivators of various ranks, all exuding confidence as they entered or exited the grand structure. He nodded to himself, impressed not just by the architecture but by the sense of purpose radiating from the place. Without further delay, Hengsheng walked toward the reception area, which was positioned conveniently a short distance from the gate. The receptionist, a young woman dressed in formal yet elegant robes emblazoned with the association's insignia, greeted him with a warm smile. "Welcome to the Professions Association. How may I assist you today?" Hengsheng returned a polite nod and replied, "I'd like to register as a member. I want to learn the basics about professions." The receptionist's eyes lit up with enthusiasm as she gestured toward a registration counter nearby. "Of course. To register as a member, you'll first need to pass a basic aptitude test. This ensures that we will not waste both of our time. Are you ready to proceed?" Hengsheng's expression remained calm, though inwardly he was intrigued by the process. "I'm ready. What do I need to do?" The receptionist handed him a small, glowing crystal orb. "This is a spirit aptitude tester. Simply place your palm on the orb, and it will assess your compatibility with various professions based on your spiritual chi and mental aptitude. Once the results are displayed, we'll discuss your options." Hengsheng examined the orb carefully, noting the intricate runes etched into its surface. He placed his palm on the orb, and immediately it began to glow, emitting a soft hum as it analyzed him. As the light faded, the orb displayed several shimmering runes in midair. The receptionist's eyes widened slightly as she reviewed the results. "It seems you have exceptional compatibility with multiple fields of formation mastery, runic engraving, and artifact crafting. This level of aptitude is quite rare." Hengsheng nodded, unsurprised. His system-assisted precision and mental control were bound to give him an edge. "What's the next step?" The receptionist maintained her polite demeanor as she explained, "The registration process is complete once you pay the membership fee. After that, you'll officially become a member of the Professions Association. This membership grants you access to facilities such as the apothecary room, formation pavilion, and rune inscription chamber. If you already have a master who is part of the association, the registration fee will be waived." "Do you have a master?" Hengsheng shook his head. "No, I plan to learn independently." "Is there another way?" "Certainly," she replied smoothly. "As a member, you'll gain access to the association's knowledge bank. However, there's a fee for each subject you wish to study." "Are you ready to register?" "How much is the fee?" Hengsheng asked, already expecting an exorbitant price. "The registration fee is 1 million low-rank spirit stones, sir." Hengsheng frowned. The cost was steep, even for someone of his background. He muttered internally, "This is daylight robbery." "If I were a loose cultivator without a clan or master's support, there's no way I could afford this." Despite his misgivings, Hengsheng retrieved a space pouch containing the required amount. The pouch represented a considerable sum, even for a young master of a second-rate force like himself. After handing it over, the receptionist began taking his details. "Please provide your basic information, name, affiliation, and cultivation level. Then, infuse your chi into this J token to finalize the process," she instructed. Hengsheng complied, providing the necessary information and channeling a small amount of his chi into the token. The receptionist smiled and handed him a jade badge emblazoned with the Professions Association's insignia. "Congratulations, sir. You are now an official member of the Professions Association. Welcome." Should you wish to gain a certification in any profession, you can take the respective tests. Once certified, you can officially call yourself, for example, a rank 1 formation master. However, until then, you may still use our knowledge bank to begin your studies. Hengsheng nodded, slipping the badge into his robe. Certification could wait. What he needed now was knowledge. He thanked the receptionist and walked purposefully toward the knowledge bank, his thoughts racing. The knowledge bank was an enormous chamber with a long counter stretching across the room. Unlike a traditional library, there were no visible bookshelves or scrolls. Instead, the atmosphere was filled with focused energy. Cultivators sat cross-legged on mats scattered throughout the chamber, their brows furrowed in concentration, clearly immersed in comprehension exercises. Hengsheng approached the counter and addressed the staff member stationed there. "I want to learn the basics of formation mastery, artifact crafting, and rune engraving." The staff member nodded, disappearing briefly into a back room before returning with 3 glowing jade seals. "May I see your badge, please?" they asked. Hengsheng handed over his badge. The staff member inspected it and then frowned. "Since this is your first time accessing the knowledge bank, You are required to sign a secrecy contract. This ensures that the information you receive is not shared or misused outside the association. Then the staff handed him a contract scroll and cheap, and he knew what it would do if he signed. It would put a restain on his mind. Without hesitation, Hengsheng signed the contract. The staff member then handed him the jade seals. These seals are single-use and can only be activated by you. The total price for these 3 subjects is 3 million low-rank spirit stones. Hengsheng sighed inwardly but handed over another space pouch filled with spirit stones. He carefully placed the jade seals into his space ring, his thoughts swirling. This place truly knows how to bleed its members dry. With the jade seals secured, Hengsheng found an empty mat within the chamber, ready to begin unraveling the mysteries of the professions. Hengsheng sat cross-legged on the mat and retrieved one of the jade seals from his space ring. Infusing it with a thread of his chi, the seal began to glow faintly, and a flood of knowledge about formations entered his mind. Closing his eyes, he focused intently, absorbing the information. His brows furrowed as he processed the details, each concept more profound than what he had encountered before. After 30 minutes, Hengsheng opened his eyes, exhaling slowly. So this is the difference, he thought. The knowledge from the association was far more refined, detailed, and easy to understand compared to the basics from his clan library. To his surprise, the Jade Seal even included a basic mind cultivation method, something he had been lacking. A smile tugged at his lips. This is exactly what I needed, he murmured. Satisfied, Hengsheng stood up, ready to leave. He walked toward the exit, his thoughts racing with plans on how to apply what he had learned. However, as soon as he stepped outside the building, he was met with a commotion. What's happening now? He muttered to himself, annoyance flickering in his eyes. What a dumbass who would dare to cause trouble in a place like this. He weaved through the growing crowd, his sharp hearing picking up snippets of the situation. A familiar voice cried out in pain. Just a small clan from the rim of the metal flow plane, and you dare not bow to your lords. Hengsheng's gaze snapped toward the source of the disturbance. His eyes widened, and a wave of anger surged through him. In the middle of the chaos, a group of 5 Lan Clan members, one of them Beixinger, were surrounded by 20 men in purple robes. He recalled what he had learned about power structures in his clan lesson immediately. They were disciples of the Thunderclap Blade sect. Beixinger was on the ground, bloodied and bruised, while one of the purple-robed men sneered and kicked him mercilessly. Others stood around, laughing as if it were a mere game. Smoke might as well have been coming out of Hengsheng's ears. Without hesitation, he dashed forward, his movement swift and filled with righteous fury. His foot connected squarely with the face of the man kicking Beixinger, sending him flying several meters back. How dare you lay a hand on my younger brother? Hengsheng roared, his voice echoing through the area. You want to die? The laughter of the Thunderclap Blade sect disciples immediately ceased, replaced by startled expressions. Several of them exchanged glances before one stepped forward, his tone dripping with arrogance. And who do you think you are, daring to interfere with us? Hengsheng's sharp gaze swept over the group, his aura surging with suppressed rage. I'm Lan Hengsheng of the Lan Clan. You dare bully my people here? You'll regret this. The crowd around them whispered in hushed tones, surprised by Hengsheng's boldness. The tension in the air thickened as the Thunderclap Blade sect disciples narrowed their eyes, clearly sizing him up. Lan Clan? One of the purple-robed men sneered. Your clan is nothing compared to the Thunderclap Blade sector pack. Hengsheng didn't let him finish his villainous rant. With an explosive speed that left most chi-gathering cultivators struggling to follow, he dashed forward and landed a heavy punch square on the man's face. The Thunderclap disciple was sent flying past his group, landing with a resounding crash on the ground several meters behind them. How dare you? Teach him a lesson. One of the remaining disciples yelled. The rest of the group swarmed Hengsheng, their movements coordinated and fueled by fury. But Hengsheng wasn't one to back down. With fluid motions, he leapt toward the closest attacker, delivering a powerful kick to his head. As another disciple tried to ambush him from the side, Hengsheng twisted his body midair, dodging the strike effortlessly before countering with a palm strike to the chest. The impact was devastating. The disciple's eyes widened in shock as he was sent flying backward, Landing with a loud thud, the battle became a flurry of movements, punches, kicks, dodges, and counterattacks. Hengsheng's control over his chi was precise, amplifying his strikes and enhancing his speed. One by one, the thunderclap disciples fell to the ground, groaning in pain. The fight didn't last long. Soon, the only person left standing was Hengsheng, his aura sharp and unyielding. "How dare you!" one of the fallen disciples growled, struggling to his feet. His hand reached for the hilt of his sword, his intent clear. A calm yet authoritative voice interrupted the scene, halting the disciple in his tracks. All eyes turned to see a young man clad in golden robes, the unmistakable mark of the Golden Sword sect. His expression was calm but carried a weight that demanded attention. "Why not stop here and step back?" the golden-robed disciple said, his tone even yet firm. The Thunderclap Blade sect disciples exchanged worried glances. Reluctantly, they stepped back, helping each other to their feet. The one who had reached for his sword gave Hengsheng a venomous glare and spat, "This isn't over." Hengsheng didn't even bother acknowledging him. His focus shifted to the golden-robed man. Bowing respectfully, he said, "Thank you for stepping in. I might have caused trouble otherwise." The Golden Sword sect disciple chuckled, waving off the thanks. "Ha ha ha, don't mention it. It's my duty to keep order here. If anyone draws a sword in the city, it's my neck on the line. Just don't cause any more commotion." "Understood." Hengsheng bowed again before turning to his clanmates, who were now regaining their footing and looking at him with complicated expressions. Gesturing for them to follow, Hengsheng led the group away from the scene. Once they were a safe distance, he stopped and turned to face them. "What happened?" Hengsheng asked, his tone sharp but not accusatory. Beixing lowered his head, his voice tinged with embarrassment. "Brother Hengsheng, a broken bar. We didn't provoke them. We were just walking through the market, looking at the stalls. The street got crowded, and one of us accidentally brushed against one of their disciples." Hengsheng's eyes narrowed, his expression darkening. "A simple accident led to this?" Beixing nodded, his face still flushed with shame. "Yes. We apologized immediately, but they wouldn't accept it. When they knew that we were from second-rate force, they said that as members of a small clan from the rim of the metal flow plane, we had no right to even walk in the same street as them. In a broken bar they accused us of intentionally disrespecting their sect." Hengsheng's frown deepened. The arrogance of the Thunderclap Blade sect disciples was no surprise. "After this event they'll surely aim for my head inside the secret land." A faint smirk crossed his lips. "Good. Let them come here. It'll save me the trouble of seeking them out." His gaze shifted back to Beixing and his group, his tone sharp. "You're weak." Their faces paled instantly, but before they could respond, Hengsheng continued, his voice cold yet commanding. "Don't let anyone bully you like that again. If someone's going to knock you down, it'll be me. Don't so let others bully you easily. Go back to the skyship and focus on your cultivation. If I see you wandering around outside again, you're dead. Understand?" "Yes, Brother Hengsheng," they shouted in unison, bowing deeply before running off at full speed. Despite the harshness of his words, their eyes glimmered with a newfound respect. For the first time, Hengsheng watched them go, shaking his head slightly. "Fools," he muttered, though his lips curled into a faint grin. He wouldn't admit it, but he felt a small sense of satisfaction seeing their respect. With that, Hengsheng turned his attention back to the bustling streets of Golden City. "No point in heading back to the skyship now. I might as well explore a bit before returning." He adjusted his robes and began walking deeper into the city, blending into the vibrant crowd while keeping his senses sharp. Waibuji stood with his arms crossed in the dimly lit chamber within the Thunderclap Blade sect's temporary quarters in the Golden City. The air was thick with tension, the faint scent of blood lingering as a reminder of the earlier disgrace. His sharp eyes glinted with restrained fury as he looked down at the kneeling disciples before him, their torn robes and battered faces a stark contrast to the pride they once carried. One disciple, his face swollen and discolored from Hengsheng's punch, stammered nervously, "Senior brother, we're a broken bar. It was the Lan Clan brat. He humiliated us in front of everyone." Waibuji's brow rose slightly, his voice low and cold. The Lan Clan, a second-rate force on the rim of the metal flow plane? You're telling me a group of my Thunderclap Blade sect disciples couldn't handle some backwater bumpkin? The disciples flinched as his words cut through the room like a blade. Another disciple, his voice trembling, tried to explain. We a broken bar underestimated him. He's stronger than he looks. Waibuji stepped forward, his boots clicking ominously on the stone floor. His gaze bore into them, suffocating them with his mere presence. Stronger than he looks? He repeated, each word deliberate and sharp. You mean to tell me that a single disciple Dieu managed to overwhelm all of you? The room fell silent, the kneeling disciples lowering their heads further. Their shame was palpable, but Waibuji's calm demeanor only made their humiliation worse. Turning his back to them, Waibuji approached the window, gazing out at the sprawling golden city and the towering golden pillar beyond. His reflection in the glass revealed a faint, sinister smirk as he murmured to himself, Lan Hengsheng, a broken bar, a name I didn't know. One of the disciples dared to speak, his voice laced with desperation. Senior brother, way a broken bar, what should we do? Waibuji's smirk deepened, though his tone remained icy. What should you do? You'll heal your wounds, and you'll prepare. The land of Pillar Foundation will open soon, and once we're inside, there will be no elders, no patrols, and no rules to stop us. He turned sharply, his gaze slicing through the air like a blade. Inside that secret land, I don't want excuses. I want him dead. Do you understand? Yes, senior brother. Why? The disciples shouted in unison, their voices trembling but resolute. Waibuji's expression softened into a mockery of warmth as he nodded. Good. Let him savor his little victory. Let him think his defiance of the Thunderclap Blade sect will go unanswered. When the time comes, we'll teach him the cost of disrespecting us. The disciples bowed deeply before shuffling out of the room, their resolve hardened by their leader's words. Waibuji remained by the window, the faint smirk fading into a thoughtful expression. Lan Hengsheng, a broken bar, he murmured, his voice carrying a mix of malice and curiosity. His eyes gleamed with dark intent as he turned away, his mind already weaving plans for the secret land. The Thunderclap Blade sect always collects its debts. Meow, a broken bar. A small paw tapped Hengsheng's mouth, stopping him mid-action as he tried to sniff Yansu's soft belly. He grinned mischievously, undeterred by her protests. Yansu, I love you, he declared dramatically. The gray cat let out a resigned sigh, her small body going limp as if surrendering to his antics. After a while, when Hengsheng finally felt he had absorbed enough cat power, he gently set her down and handed her 10 spirit stones as a reward. Meow, a broken bar. Yansu's eyes lit up as she eagerly accepted the stones, her tiny paws pulling them closer like prized treasures. It seemed she considered it a fair trade for enduring his affection. Nearly a month had passed since Hengsheng's arrival in Golden City, and today was the day the land of Pillar Foundation would finally open, marking the beginning of a decade-long trial. He had spent the past weeks tirelessly preparing himself, refining his techniques, and stabilizing his cultivation. He even trained Yansu to fight, utilizing their soul link to bring her into the simulator. The process required a significant expenditure of spiritual chi, but it was worth it. Hengsheng glanced at Yansu, who was now happily nibbling on one of the spirit stones. She was undeniably weak, barely stronger than an ordinary house cat despite her spirit beast nature. However, he had faith in her potential. Once your bloodline evolves and you reach rank 2, you'll be much stronger, he murmured. He had decided to take her with him into the secret land, knowing it would be an invaluable opportunity for both of them. The land of Pillar Foundation was rumored to teem with demon beasts, providing ample chances for Yansu to grow stronger and for Hengsheng to test his system's upgrade function. So far, he hadn't had a proper opportunity to earn system points, but the secret land would change that. His eyes gleamed with determination. This place will be the perfect cultivation ground for both of us. Young master, it is time. Lanu's calm voice broke the silence. Hengsheng nodded, scooping up Yansu, who let out a questioning meow. As he hid her inside his robe, with his loyal companion cuddling comfortably, Hengsheng followed Lanu to the Lan Clan's gathering area. As they arrived, The sight of his clan members awaiting departure greeted him. Hengsheng's sharp eyes scanned the crowd, noting the subtle shifts in their gazes. Many looked at him with newfound respect. Likely whispers of the city incident where he defended Beixing had reached their ears. However, Xiaorong's doubt still lingered, evident in his expression. Hengsheng paid it no mind and moved to stand at the front, his stance steady and commanding. When all 100 Qi gathering cultivators had assembled, the elder overseeing the group stepped forward. His voice carried weight as he addressed them. This event is an opportunity for all of you. You will be entering the land of the Pillar Foundation, the most abundant treasure trove in this realm, open only once every 1,000 years. Within, you will find ancient ruins, natural treasures, cultivation resources, and countless dangers. You will stay there for 10 years. Your goals are simple: secure resources, cultivate, and survive. The elder's gaze swept over them, his tone sharpening. Qi gathering cultivators are to remain in the outer rim zone. Do not attempt to cross the barrier set by the Golden Sword sect unless you have a breakthrough and become a spiritual foundation or are confident in your strength. The closer you approach the pillar, the greater the danger. Even saints are not safe at its core. Remember, your survival is paramount. He paused, letting the gravity of his words sink in. I hope to see all of you alive after 10 years. Follow me. The elder turned, leading the group to the teleportation array. The platform was intricate, glowing faintly with runes. Hengsheng stepped into the array alongside his clan, the hum of activated qi filling the air. Moments later, they were transported into an expansive open plain surrounded by rugged terrain. Hengsheng's eyes darted around, taking in the scene. Various forces were gathered, their banners fluttering in the wind. He quickly recognized groups from other second-rate forces, each with a contingent of 100 cultivators. He counted 12 in total. His gaze then fell on the purple-robed Thunderclap Blade sect disciples. A few among them noticed him, and their faces darkened. One even made a throat-cutting gesture, his eyes filled with malice. Hengsheng's lips curled into a calm, taunting smile, further enraging them. They glared at him, but he ignored their hostility, counting their numbers. 300, he murmured to himself. As his eyes swept over the crowd, he calculated, including 4 first-rate forces and 1,000 people from the Golden Sword sect's representatives, there would be around 3,400 participants in total. Curiosity gnawed at him, and he leaned closer to an elder, lowering his voice. Elder, may I ask a broken bar how many people survive until the end of the last gathering? The elder frowned, his expression tightening. You shouldn't ask such things. His words were curt, but a faint qi message followed, delivered directly to Hengsheng's mind. 574. The number hit him like a cold wind, sending a chill down his spine. Hengsheng's jaw tightened as he glanced back at the younger members of his clan. Their eyes were filled with hope and determination, oblivious to the grim reality ahead. A steely resolve hardened in his heart. I have to save them, he thought. If I don't, they're as good as dead. As Hengsheng mulled over the possibilities of survival and strategy, he noticed a group approaching the Lan Clan. The Wang Clan. An older man with a composed aura stepped forward to greet the first elder of the Lan Clan. Hengsheng observed as the two elders exchanged words in low voices before the first elder called out to him. Hengsheng, come here. This is Wang Dongzi, an elder of the Wang Clan and your mother's uncle. That makes him your great-uncle. Hengsheng immediately bowed with respect. It was the first time he had encountered someone from his mother's side of the family. Greetings, Uncle Dongzi. Wang Dongzi nodded in satisfaction, a faint smile on his face. Good. You're quite a fine young man, just as Liang Xiu described. Hengsheng replied politely. My mother has taught me well. Thank you for the compliment. Wang Dongzi gestured for another young man to step forward. Hengsheng immediately noticed the commanding air about him. This was undoubtedly the leader of the Wang clan's younger generation. This is Wang Dalong, Dongzi introduced. He's your cousin, the son of your mother's elder sister. Hengsheng, you might want to watch out for him inside the secret land. Dalong's expression twitched slightly at the suggestion that he needed protection. His smirk betrayed his disdain as his eyes scanned Hengsheng's cultivation level. clearly unimpressed by Hengsheng's middle-stage chi-gathering realm. Delong gave a shallow bow and replied in a tone laced with pretense, "Greetings, young cousin." Wang Dongzi frowned, his disappointment evident in his expression. He addressed both young men sternly, "Remember this, if the Wang clan and Lan clan cross paths inside the secret land, you are not to fight. Cooperate." Both Hengsheng and Along responded in unison, "Understood." As everyone gathered near the teleportation array, Hengsheng glanced around, wondering what they were waiting for. His thoughts wandered to the mysterious entrance to the land of the Pillar Foundation. Just as he was about to ask, the first elder murmured, "It's starting a broken bar." Crash, crack. Suddenly, the air around them seemed to distort, fractures appearing like cracks in glass. The crowd stilled, the oppressive aura of the dimensional rift silencing all whispers. One by one, rifts began to open above the ground, their shimmering edges radiating a threatening energy. The young cultivators couldn't hide their fear, their gazes fixed on the chaotic phenomenon before them. Even Hengsheng felt a chill run down his spine. He watched as the Golden Sword sect led the way, their disciples filing into the largest rift, a crimson portal that seemed to pulse with an intimidating rhythm. As the last disciple entered, the rift began to close, sealing itself as though it had never existed. Hengsheng leaned closer to the first elder and asked, "Once we're inside, how do we come back?" The first elder's gaze remained fixed on the portals as he replied, "You will be expelled automatically when the time is up. Until then, your priority is survival. Do not die." Hengsheng nodded solemnly. His eyes swept over the Lan clan's young cultivators, their faces pale and uncertain. Drawing himself to his full height, he addressed them firmly, "If you don't want to die, stick with me." The group hesitated for a moment before stepping in line behind him, bolstered by his commanding tone and confidence. Hengsheng glanced back at them briefly before turning his attention to the rifts. After a moment's deliberation, he chose a smaller crimson rift behind him, its edges crackling with unstable energy. Without hesitation, Hengsheng stepped forward, leading his clan members into the unknown. The energy of the portal enveloped them, and as they disappeared into its depths, the rift shimmered and pulsed, an ominous prelude to lay ahead. Hengsheng stepped out of the red rift, his senses on high alert. Without hesitation, he released multiple spirit bodies in all directions, scanning for any immediate danger. The rest of the Lan clan members emerged behind him, their faces a mix of awe and confusion. They had heard tales of the land of Pillar Foundation being an underground world, and may had expected to find themselves in dimly lit caves or tunnels. But this was entirely different. They stood on a low hilltop with an open expanse stretching before them. Above, the sky glowed with golden clouds, resembling the surface world more than the cavernous depths they had imagined. The ever-present golden pillar loomed in the distance, radiating brilliance and casting a soft, warm light across the entire landscape, as if it were the sun of this hidden world. Hengsheng's eyes narrowed as he observed the terrain. Below, in the direction of the golden pillar, was a dense forest, vibrant and teeming with life. Turning around, he noted the opposite direction was barren and rocky, a mountainous expanse devoid of greenery. "Looks like we've appeared near the outer rim," he murmured, piecing together their location in this vast underground realm. "What's next?" Hengsheng muttered to himself, his mind racing with plans. A soft meow interrupted his thoughts. He opened his robe to see Yunsu poking her head out, her sharp eyes scanning the area with curiosity. She sniffed the air, her ears twitching, and began walking ahead purposefully. "Brother Hengsheng, what are we going to do next?" Baixing asked hesitantly, stepping closer. Hengsheng's gaze remained fixed on Yunsu as he replied, "Follow Yunsu." "Yunsu?" Baixing repeated, confused. Hengsheng didn't bother explaining. Instead, he trailed behind the small gray cat as she sniffed the ground and moved forward with determination. The other Lan Clan members exchanged glances, their confusion evident, but ultimately fell into line behind Hengsheng. Even Xiaorong, who seemed dissatisfied, followed reluctantly, grumbling under his breath. The group moved cautiously across the rocky terrain, the 100-strong contingent of Lan Clan members following the unlikely guide of a small, gray cat. Yunsu's movements were deliberate, her ears flicking as she sniffed the air. Eventually, She led them to the entrance of a large cave, its mouth wide and dark, emanating a faint chill that sent shivers down their spines. Yansu turned to Hengsheng, her sharp eyes locking onto his as she let out a quiet, urgent meow. Broken bar. Hengsheng nodded, understanding her meaning. "There's something dangerous inside," he muttered, gently picking her up. He placed her on his shoulder and addressed the group. "Follow me and stay alert. Keep your guard up. It's not safe in there." The Lan Clan members stiffened, their earlier confusion giving way to tension. Weapons were drawn, and they moved cautiously, forming tight formations as they entered the cave behind Hengsheng. The oppressive darkness swallowed them whole, and the air grew colder with each step. All around, faint echoes hinted at the unseen dangers lurking deeper within. Hengsheng's eyes glinted sharply as he led the group deeper into the cave. The qi in the surroundings grew increasingly dense, radiating a faint golden light that illuminated the dark path ahead. However, as they progressed further, a new element began to seep into the atmosphere. An ominous cold aura that mingled with the metal qi. It gave off an unsettling sensation that sent a shiver through the group. Xiaorong, who had been silently observing, suddenly spoke up. "Look at the qi. Something feels off." Another clan member chimed in, their voice tinged with unease. "You're right, a broken bar. It feels like yin qi." Hengsheng's senses heightened. His spirit bodies fanned out further into the cave, and he motioned for the group to stop. "Shhh," he hissed quietly, his eyes narrowing. The faint sound of movement reached their ears. Crack a broken bar. Crack a broken bar. The rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed from the darkness ahead, a disjointed and unnatural noise that made the hairs on the back of their necks stand up. "Something's coming," Hengsheng said, his tone calm but firm. Moments later, a massive silhouette emerged from the shadows. It was a creature 2 meters tall, with 6 pairs of legs and a single pair of long, spear-like arms. Its exoskeleton gleamed faintly, reflecting the golden light in the cave. The creature's appearance was unmistakably a demon beast, resembling a monstrous ant. It let out a guttural roar and charged at Hengsheng with terrifying speed. Hengsheng sensed its aura. It was a rank 1 demon beast and reacted instantly. He raised his hand, and multiple orbs of qi formed rapidly in the air. With a flick of his wrist, the qi orbs shot forward, slamming into the charging beast. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions echoed through the cave, and the ant-demon beast collapsed to the ground, motionless. Hengsheng stepped closer to inspect it, his eyes narrowing at the grotesque form. Ding. +5 system points. Hengsheng glanced at the notification briefly before crouching beside the fallen beast. He examined it carefully, his mind racing as he tried to recall its origin. Suddenly, a memory surfaced from a demon beast compendium he had studied back in the Lan Clan library. He murmured under his breath, "Piercing shadow ant, a broken bar." His quiet words were overheard by one of the clan members, who immediately paled. "Piercing shadow ant? That's a colony beast. Does that mean we're in their territory?" The realization spread like wildfire through the group, and the previously calm atmosphere shifted to one of panic. Whispers broke out among the Lan Clan members, their faces pale. "Colony beasts, a broken bar. That means there could be hundreds, or no, thousands of them here." Hengsheng stood and turned to face the group, his expression calm but serious. "Quiet," he ordered firmly. His voice cut through the rising panic, and the whispers ceased immediately. "Yes, this is likely their territory. But panicking will only get us killed. Stay close, stay alert." The weight of Hengsheng's words brought some composure back to the group, though the tension in the air was still palpable. He adjusted Yansu, perched on his shoulder, her tiny ears flicking nervously as she stared into the ominous depths of the cave. "Meow, a broken bar," she muttered softly, her small claws gripping Hengsheng's robes tightly. Hengsheng's gaze hardened as he peered deeper into the cave. If this is a piercing shadow ant colony, he thought, then there might be yin essence veins at its heart. A broken bar. Hearing this, the atmosphere among the Lan Clan members shifted drastically. Eyes sparkled with greed as if glowing with currency signs. They began whispering excitedly among themselves. "How broken bar? We shouldn't panic or back off. We should fight and prove ourselves." "I agree. Why should we fear mere insects? My Dao heart is strong and cannot be shaken by a little danger." The fear and uncertainty that had gripped them moments earlier dissolved into raw excitement, Thoughts of treasure had replaced their worries about the dangers ahead. After all, yin resources were incredibly rare on this continent and fetched sky-high prices. The potential of high-grade yin spirit stones, rare treasures, and perhaps even a heaven-grade nature treasure was more than enough to push these young cultivators into action. As Hengsheng watched their reactions, Yansu jumped down from his shoulder and approached the fallen piercing shadow ant. With a gentle tap of her small paw on the corpse, a stream of red, blood-like chi began flowing from the demon beast into her tiny body. The process was swift, and once it was over, she turned and climbed back onto Hengsheng's shoulder, purring contentedly. Hengsheng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. She must have used her infinite evolution trait to absorb the ant's bloodline, he murmured. Curious, he accessed her status screen. Status: Name, Yansu. Race, Domestic Cat. Age, 0. Bloodline, 5%. Affinity, Neutral. Cultivation Realm, Rank 1 Spirit Beast, 95%. Special Traits, Infinite Evolution. A faint smile played on Hengsheng's lips. She's starting to forge her own bloodline, he thought, feeling a swell of pride. He also wanted to upgrade his spirit core to Earth grade. He needed 1,000 system points, an amount he could only accumulate by harvesting life essence and destiny from defeated beings. Hengsheng's gaze fell on the ant demon corpse, and an idea struck him. You there, the one who knew about the ants. What's your name? The young man hesitated, a mix of surprise and dissatisfaction flashing across his face that Hengsheng did not know him. I am Lan Hengsheng. My sister and I study alchemy, so we know a little about demon beast value part, and anatomy. A broken bar. Hengsheng nodded. Good. You're in charge of dissecting the valuable parts. Don't waste anything. Lan Hengsheng looked hesitant. For free? Hengsheng raised an eyebrow and smirked. Do I look like someone who bullies his own people? Consider this an opportunity to prove your worth, and yes, it's reward enough. Yes, brother Hengsheng. Lan Hengsheng stammered, quickly getting to work. Turning to the rest of the group, Hengsheng addressed them with authority. It seems we've stumbled upon a treasure trove right after arriving. Yin resources like these are incredibly valuable. If we work together, this could benefit everyone. I'll lead this operation, and I promise to distribute the harvest fairly. Do you agree? Yes, brother Hengsheng. The group replied in unison, their voices filled with enthusiasm. Satisfied, Hengsheng watched as the Lan Clan members eagerly began harvesting the area. The first day in the land of Pillar Foundation had proven fruitful, and the group's spirits were high. Though Hengsheng knew the dangers lurking deeper in the colony, for now, the promise of wealth had lit a fire in their hearts. A high-pitched, rhythmic clicking sound echoed through the tunnel, gradually building into a deep, reverberating hum that seemed to shake the walls around them. Hengsheng opened his eyes, his gaze sharp. Get ready. They've found us, he said calmly but firmly. Hearing his words, the Lan Clan members quickly rose from their meditative states, their expressions turning serious. It had been a grueling week since they descended into the depths of the ant colony. Along the way, they collected various cultivation resources, yin treasures, low-quality yin spirit stones, and other valuable materials. But the journey hadn't been without its costs. Most of the demon ants they encountered were rank 1, relatively weak on their own but overwhelming in numbers. Hengsheng had personally killed more than 100 of them, but the sheer volume was exhausting. The group's first loss came on the second day when one careless member was surrounded by rank 1 ants and impaled by their spear-like limbs. His death served as a harsh wake-up call, shattering any illusions of easy wealth. Since then, the Lan Clan cultivators has become far more cautious, but the danger was ever present. On the fifth day, the ants seemed to recognize their presence as a threat. A stronger force of rank 2 demon ants, creatures with power comparable to chi-gathering cultivators, began hunting them in organized groups. Each day had become a brutal cycle of moving and fighting, barely staying ahead of the pursuing horde. Now, the vibrations in the air signaled yet another wave of attackers. Hengsheng could feel it in his bones as the ants' army emerged from the dark tunnel ahead. He estimated at least 100 of them, their collective roar shaking the cavern like an avalanche. Attack! Hengsheng barked, firing a barrage of chi balls into the advancing swarm. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions lit up the tunnel, sending chunks of carapace and limbs flying. Behind him, Xiaolong stepped forward, performing the Lan Clan's signature technique. His wooden sword glowed with a green chi aura as it floated in the air, darting forward to pierce through the ants one by one. Though several of the demon beasts were injured, their vitality was astonishing, and they refused to fall easily. The other Lan Clan members joined the fray, those with ranged techniques launching attacks from a distance while others rushed forward to engage in close combat. The tunnel became a chaotic battleground, filled with the sounds of clashing weapons, roaring beasts, and the occasional cries of pain. Re-ee-ee-ow! A sharp, feral cry cut through the noise. Hengsheng glanced over to see Yansu in action. The small grey cat was clinging to an ant, her claws glowing faintly with chi as she tore into its head with ruthless efficiency. The ant convulsed before collapsing, and Yansu wasted no time leaping onto her next target. Her movements were swift and precise, a stark contrast to her tiny frame. Hengsheng's lips curled into a proud smile as he watched her. She's not weak anymore, he thought. After reaching rank 2 and developing her first bloodline, Yansu had transformed from a helpless kitten into a formidable spirit beast. The battle raged on, the Lan Clan members holding their ground with unwavering determination. With a final roar, the last piercing shadow ant collapsed, its lifeless body hitting the ground with a resounding thud. The Lan Clan had claimed victory, but the tense expressions on their faces showed they weren't celebrating just yet. The group immediately got to work, dissecting the ant demon corpses for their valuable parts. They carefully harvested the sharp spear-like limbs, carapaces infused with yin qi, and even the rare blood essence found within the colony beasts. Every resource was precious, and the Lan Clan members knew better than to waste anything in such a dangerous environment. After completing the grim task, Hengsheng led the group away from the battleground, navigating through the winding tunnels until they found a new, quieter spot to rest. As his clanmates settled down to recover, Hengsheng's thoughts churned. If we keep going like this, it'll never end, he mused. If I took these geese straight to fight at the colony's heart, the cost would be too high. At least half of them will die. His gaze shifted to his clanmates, who, though stronger and more cohesive than before, still weren't prepared for a full-scale assault on the colony's core. Hengsheng shook his head, dismissing the thought for now. Feeling a soft nudge on his hand, Hengsheng looked down to see Yansu rubbing her head against him affectionately. A small smile crept onto his face. What a good girl, he muttered, scratching behind her ears. He decided to check her progress and summoned her status window. Status: Name, Yansu. Race, Spirit Beast, Domestic Cat. Age, 0. Bloodline, Shadow Devourer, 15.05%. Affinity, Neutral, Shadow, Yin. Cultivation Realm, Rank 2, 8.75%. Special Traits, Infinity Evolution, Shadow Devour, Spirit Nourishes. Looking at her newfound status, Hengsheng nodded in satisfaction. Her new bloodline had granted her powerful traits, including the ability to absorb shadows to recover her chi and heal injuries, an incredibly useful ability in their current situation. Additionally, as she progressed to rank 2 as a spirit beast, she gained another trait that strengthened and healed her mind and soul, providing protection against mental attacks. This was one of the key differences between spirit beasts and demon beasts. Apart from their origins, they will get different types of traits. Spirit beasts most likely will get one that supports their body, mind, and soul, which gives them a good talent for higher stages of cultivation, and demon beast most likely get what relies on the race. Hengsheng glanced at his status screen and grinned as he noticed his system points had finally reached the 1000 mark. His eyes lit up with excitement. Finally, I can upgrade my spirit core. For most cultivators, having a low-grade spirit core is a death sentence for their cultivation journey. It slows the absorption of spiritual chi, drags down chi refinement, and makes combat difficult, as chi mobilization becomes slow and inefficient. Yet, despite all these disadvantages, Hengsheng remained unbothered. With the system at his side, assisting him in both cultivation and battle, he had managed to avoid the typical struggles of others. Now, Upgrading his spirit core to Earth grade would give him a new edge. His cultivation speed might even rival those with divine rank spirit cores. Hengsheng gently picked up Yansu and placed her on his lap. Meow? She mewed, confused as to why he had picked her up. He whispered softly into her small ears, Yansu, I'm going to cultivate for a bit. Guard me from here, okay? She looked up into his eyes, seeming to understand his words. Meow, a broken bar, she responded, settling into the position he requested. Her ears perked up, and her tail swished as she focused on the task at hand. Once Yansu was guarding him, Hengsheng shifted his attention to the system. He sent a mental command, Blue, initiate an upgrade of my spirit core quality. Ding. -1000 system points. Upgrading the quality of the spirit core. A burning sensation suddenly flared in his lower dantian. Hengsheng closed his eyes, focusing on the progress. Through his inner vision, he saw his spirit core surrounded by a seven-colored fire, reminiscent of the heavenly tribulation lightning that had struck him not long ago. He had no idea how the system managed to bring this fire inside him without his knowledge, but now it was helping to burn away the impurities around the walls of his spirit core. The cloudy surface that once existed was slowly becoming clearer. The process was painful, but Hengsheng had expected this. From his previous experiences, he knew that any change within a cultivator's body came with discomfort. Gritting his teeth, he endured the agony. Time passed slowly. Outside, his clanmates began to notice him, as his skin had turned red, and sweat beaded from the intense heat within his body. A few tried to approach, but Yansu hissed at them, scaring them away. Soon, the upgrade was complete. Ding. Spirit core quality upgrade complete. Status: Name, Lan Hengsheng. Race, human. Age, 18. Spirit core, system neutral spirit core, Earth. Cultivation realm, middle stage. Qi gathering, 45.61%. Qi cultivation method, vast meridian refinement art. Attributes: physique, 76. Spiritual Qi, 423. Mind, 104. Spirit body, 65. Special traits: mind space, super spirit body, vast meridian, 151. 512. Qi techniques: mortal gradia, 1000 motion art, earth gradia, endless step technique, horizon shift technique, world shatter palm art, Qi surge cannon technique, heaven's pulse fist technique, pure Qi rebound technique, cultivation of the mind. Auxiliary systems capacity, 100/100%, scenario simulation system, 75%, Beastmaster system, 25%, system points, 0-1000 points. Absorb, upgrade, in the vast, seemingly endless forest, hidden by concealment formation. A golden towering structure stood imposingly, a sight that seemed out of place in the land of Pillar Foundation. At the top of the tower, several disciples of the Golden Sword sect were gathered, their faces tense as they performed a solemn ritual. The golden sword embedded in the ground at the center of the ritual glimmered faintly, radiating an otherworldly presence. Outside the ritual area, another group of disciples clad in golden robes watched in silence, their serious expressions mirroring the heavy atmosphere around them. It has been a month since we entered the secret land, and the air grows heavier with each passing day, Jian Zixuan said, his voice breaking the oppressive silence. His sharp gaze scanned the forest horizon, as though the weight of their mission bore down on him physically. That's right, Senior Brother Jian, another disciple replied, his voice cold and tinged with unease. This time is particularly bad. The seal is weakening. If this continues, I fear we'll have no choice but to fight its spawn earlier than expected. Jian Zixuan's jaw tightened as he nodded grimly. His thoughts turned to the mission their sect had entrusted them with. The elders, unable to enter this land during the seal enforcement phase, focused the sealing power entirely on suppressing the otherworldly demon god. Escape attempt once every 1,000 years. This restriction rendered the land of Pillar Foundation inaccessible to anyone above the Qi gathering realm and left the outer rim seal formation vulnerable to external threats. Demon beasts, god spawns, and even natural disasters are due to the absence or protective seal power. Unlike other sects and clans that had sent their younger generation into the secret land to seek treasures and opportunities, the Golden Sword sect had a different purpose. Their mission was to maintain and protect the ancient seal, ensuring the otherworldly demon god it restrained could never escape. However, time had not been kind to the seal. It had faithfully performed its duty since the creation of the Five-Pillar Realm, standing strong for countless years. Yet, millions of years ago, signs of its deterioration began to emerge. The task of protecting the seal had grown increasingly arduous. Now, they had no choice but to invite bait into their land or outsiders meant to divert the attention of the god spawn. It was a risky strategy, but one that bought them the more time needed to fulfill their duty. Jian Zixuan's voice broke the tense silence again. "Are the other four stationed properly?" His tone was calm, but the furrow in his brows betrayed his concern. "Yes, Brother Jian," the disciple replied, though there was hesitation in his voice. "We spoke yesterday. They seem fine, but like us, the seal is consuming more spirit stones than expected." He paused, his expression darkening. "And a broken bar. It seems someone is trying to cross the formation the elders set." Jian Zixuan's expression turned grim, and anger flashed in his eyes. "A traitor again, is it?" he growled, his fists clenching tightly at his sides. "What fools!" he thought, his mind racing with frustration. He recalled the countless times traitors, lured by the lies of the evil god, had sabotaged their sect's mission. Yet none had ever succeeded. All left this land alive. Boom! The deafening explosion shook the ritual site, snapping Jian Zixuan out of his thoughts. Chaos erupted as the site destabilized. Before anyone could react, a junior brother was sent flying by the sudden burst of chi. Jian Zixuan moved in an instant, catching the injured disciple before he hit the ground. His voice was sharp as he demanded, "What happened? What went wrong with the ritual?" The injured disciple coughed, his face pale as he stammered, "Senior brother, a broken bar. We didn't do anything wrong. A broken bar, but the water seal, a broken bar. It suddenly vanished. That's what caused the instability." Hearing this, Jian Zixuan's expression darkened. He shouted urgently, "Feng Tan, contact the water seal station now and check on them." Without hesitation, Feng Tan pulled out a communication talisman. He channeled his chi into it, his face growing increasingly pale as he listened. Moments later, he turned to Jian Zixuan, his voice trembling with alarm. "Brother Jian, this is bad. The water seal is under attack. There are more than 100 traitors, and they've even used an immortal talisman to strike the seal. It's collapsing. We have to hurry and help them." Jian Zixuan's voice rang out sharply, his tone laced with urgency and determination. "Wait. If they have those numbers and an immortal talisman, it means they have an immortal backing them from outside you, and they must have planned this attack. We can't act recklessly and leave this place vulnerable. Contact the water seal station immediately and tell them to retreat with the cow formation, and tell other stations to be aware of potential attack. We must regroup and strike them together. Also, contact the elders outside. If an immortal cultivator has turned traitor, we must let the elder know quickly." His words sent a shockwave through the disciples nearby. Their faces turned pale, fear flickering in their eyes. None of them had expected to face a crisis of this magnitude. The Golden Sword sect had always prided itself on its vigilance, ensuring no traitor influenced by the god ever escaped this land alive. The thought that someone had slipped away, risen to the ranks of immortality, and now dared to attack them shook their very foundation. A heavy silence hung in the air, broken only by the murmurs of disbelief and anxiety among the disciples. For the first time in countless generations, the Golden Sword sect disciples found themselves staring into the abyss of a crisis unlike any they had ever imagined. Today is the beginning of the greatest crisis. Everyone in this realm will face a calamity none had dared to hope would ever come. Hengsheng's pof, shing, shing. The sharp clash of swords against the spear-like metal limbs of a demon rang out, echoing across the battlefield. Before the Lan Clan members stood an army of ant royal guards, their towering forms ferociously protecting the massive ant queen who loomed at the back, watching helplessly as her soldiers fell one by one to the human assault. Her mournful roar resonated through the chaos, filled with sadness and despair. At the rear of the battlefield, Hengsheng observed the scene with a calm but calculating gaze. "It'll be over soon," he murmured. For a month, they had fought relentlessly, whittling down the ant army little by little. Now, having breached the heart of the colony, only a few hundred of the ants remained, a manageable number for the Lan Clan warriors. As his eyes landed on the Ant Queen, her pitiful state stirred something deep within him. A pang of regret flickered in his heart. "She's just trying to protect her kind." But Hengsheng shook his head, pushing the sentiment aside. "This is the way of the world. I can't change that truth." Even so, he resolved to end it quickly, sparing them from prolonged suffering. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself and began channeling his strongest technique. His hands moved gracefully, forming the symbol of yin and yang. Spiritual chi surged around him, converging into his fists until they glowed with a radiant, seven-colored light. Noticing the brilliant glow emanating from behind, the Lan Clan members instinctively retreated, their eyes wide with awe and apprehension. Hengsheng didn't hesitate. With a single, decisive motion, he thrust his glowing fist forward. The concentrated chi burst forth, transforming into a massive projection of heaven's pulse fist. The enormous, radiant strike barreled through the colony, annihilating everything in its path with devastating precision. The sheer force obliterated the remaining royal guards and slammed directly into the Ant Queen. The explosion sent shockwaves across the battlefield, kicking up clouds of dust and debris. For a moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. As the dust settled, the once bustling colony was revealed to be a scene of utter carnage, a gruesome expanse of blood and gore. Not a single ant remained alive. The Lan Clan members stood frozen, staring at the aftermath with a mixture of fear and awe. The destruction Hengsheng had unleashed was far beyond what anyone at the Qi Gathering realm should have been capable of. It was power on par with the spiritual foundation realm. Hengsheng's voice cut through the silence, sharp and commanding. "What are you all staring at? Start looting now." The clan members snapped out of their daze, hurriedly moving to scavenge the battlefield. Despite his firm tone, Hengsheng's heart was heavy. Killing mindless ants had been one thing, but the Ant Queen, a broken bar, she was different. Her intelligence reminded him of Yun Tzu's, and the thought left a bitter taste in his mouth. But it was already too late. Their paths had crossed, and the karmic cycle had been set into motion. They had taken each other's friends and family. There was no turning back now. "Let this karma end here," he thought, clenching his fists as he turned away from the scene. When Hengsheng upgraded his spirit core to earth-grade quality, his cultivation progressed significantly. The change allowed him to draw in much larger quantities of spiritual chi and refine it at a faster rate. However, the most critical improvement was in his combat power. The upgrade dramatically enhanced his ability to mobilize spiritual chi, enabling him to manipulate much larger amounts at once. This change amplified the effectiveness of his techniques, making them nearly 5 times more powerful than before. He hadn't expected such a drastic boost in combat strength from a single spirit core upgrade. With his strongest technique, his destructive power now rivaled that of the spiritual foundation realm. The idea of upgrading his spirit cow further to heaven grade was tempting. If the results were similar, he might even stand a chance of fighting a spiritual foundation cultivator head-on. Unfortunately, such an upgrade required 10,000 system points. However, the system has limitations at 1,000 system points on his current cultivation realm. The system he had created had safeguards to prevent him from surpassing his body's natural limits. It restricted the amount of life essence and destiny that could be stored within him. Without these restrictions, he risked facing severe backlash or mutations from excess life essence or unfortunate events encountered from overloading his destiny. Thus, Hengsheng needed to raise his cultivation base further before he could handle the burden of more system points. Still, he wasn't one to let his system points sit idly. Over the past month, he had other uses for them, since he did not design an upgrade function only to upgrade his spirit core but to upgrade anything in his status window as long as he have enough system points. One example was upgrading techniques. Recently, he had learned a mortal grade technique called Thousand Motion Art. This technique was created by combining all the mortal grade techniques in the Lan Clan library into one. On its own, It was a decent all-around martial arts suitable for ordinary humans and the body-awakening realm cultivators, but nothing particularly special. Curious to test the system's upgrade function, he had spent 1,000 system points on it. The results had exceeded his expectations. While 1,000 motion art remained a mortal-grade technique, it had gained properties that placed it in the category of the Tao technique, the same as the Destiny-forged technique he had created before. Every motion now resonated subtly with heaven and earth, requiring no expenditure of spiritual chi. Though the changes weren't visibly obvious yet, Hengsheng could feel the profound impact it was having on his body. Each motion carried a trace of heaven and earth blessing, gradually strengthening his body and sharpening his natural talents. The improvements were subtly, almost imperceptible in the short term, but he knew that over time, the cumulative effects would be invaluable. Hengsheng watched as the Lan Clan members looted the battlefield with practiced efficiency. Over the past month of relentless battles against the ants, they had become experts in dissecting insect bodies, skillfully extracting valuable parts without damaging them, and storing everything neatly in their space rings. This proficiency came from hard-earned experience, gained through endless fighting day and night, often without proper rest. "Brother Hengsheng, we found something," a voice called out, breaking his train of thought. Hengsheng's brows rose slightly, and he quickly moved toward the source of the call. Normally, they wouldn't bother him over minor discoveries, not even for high-grade spirit stoners, as those were trivial in his eyes. He let the others take such things freely, as he had little need for them. For Hengsheng, most treasures others coveted could replicate their effects with his system, requiring only energy. The only things that truly intrigued him were Tao treasures, as he had yet to determine whether his system could create or replicate their effects. When Hengsheng arrived at the spot where the Ant Queen had once stood, his eyes immediately locked onto the rough stone glowing faintly with dark yin qi. His breath hitched slightly. A yin essence vein. It was a rare divine-grade treasure, the core source of yin spirit stones, and natural treasures that had grown from its energy over the years. Hengsheng carefully picked up the stone, his movements precise, and stored it in his space ring. As he straightened, he noticed the envious gazes of the Lan Clan members fixed on him. Though their eyes sparkled with longing, none dared to voice their desires or challenge him for it. His strength and authority were unshakable in their eyes. "You can go now," Hengsheng commanded, his tone calm but firm. The others quickly dispersed, resuming their search for other treasures scattered throughout the battlefield. In no time, the battlefield was cleared of anything valuable. The only remaining prize was the yin spirit stone deposits embedded in the walls of the colony, but extracting them would take considerable time. With the looting complete, Hengsheng gathered everyone around him. It was time to discuss their next move. Hengsheng suggested to the group, "Since we'll be staying in this land for a decade, why not turn this place into our cultivation cave?" The dense spiritual chi here, along with the abundance of spirit stones, makes it perfect for long-term cultivation. "What do you all think?" The 91 Lan Clan warriors standing around him exchanged uncertain glances. Hengsheng's suggestion made sense, but, breaking the silence, Xiarong stepped forward and spoke decisively, "I agree with making this place our base. However, we can't let opportunities outside slip through our fingers by staying here until the end. Let's secure this place first, but then let heaven guide our paths." "Who agrees?" Hearing Xiarong's words, the Lan Clan warriors began nodding in agreement. Their eyes lit up with determination, and murmurs of approval rippled through the group. Hengsheng shook his head slightly, suppressing a wry smile. "The people of this world are too greedy for opportunities," he thought, "even ones they can't be sure exist. They'd willingly risk their lives chasing after the unknown." With a resigned nod, Hengsheng addressed them again, "Since you've all made your choice, let's secure this place first. Afterward, we'll decide who stays behind, and the rest can head out. Let's begin. But first, who here knows formations?" After a brief moment of silence, several hands went up. With the decision made, they got to work setting up a simple formation to protect the area. Hengsheng joined in, lending his help during the process. As he worked, he couldn't help but reflect, "I've done enough for them. Without me shielding them on the first day, they would have been nothing but naive young cultivators with no real sense of life and death. But today, he glanced at the warriors around him, their movements sharp and purposeful. Even if they're not yet experts in the law of the jungle, they're no longer helpless chicks. They've grown. 5 days later, everything was finally complete. Outside the cave, half of the group decided to leave, including Xiaorong, Beixing, and Mu. Whatever his name was, Hengsheng didn't bother to recall it. He had also decided to leave, as he had a secret mission to complete. Before their departure, Hengsheng addressed the group. If you encounter people from a first-rate force, don't engage with them. Even though you've grown stronger, don't let it make you overconfident. They have deeper foundations than our Lan Clan and might carry protective treasures with them. And remember, any disciple from the Thunderclap Blade sect is mine. Understood? The group nodded solemnly. He continued, let's meet back here in 5 years. If you're still alive by then, good luck. With that, the group began to disperse. Some left in pairs or small groups, while others ventured off alone. They knew it was unlikely they'd cross paths again unless they returned to this spot. Even though this was only the outer rim, Hengsheng's naked eye could tell the region was vast, big enough to fit 10 land cities inside it. For just a few thousand cultivators, meeting by chance would be rare unless someone actively sought it. Meow. Hengsheng glanced down to find Yansu sitting on the ground beside him, her wide, curious eyes fixed on him. Her soft, questioning meow seemed to ask where they were heading next. With a small smile, he crouched down, gently scooping her up and placing her on his shoulder, as he always did. How about we go and enjoy a bit of nature? Sound good? Yansu's ears twitched at his words, and her curious gaze shifted into an expression of quiet resolve, as though she had decided she would accompany him no matter what. She let out a soft, approving meow, her small voice carrying a surprising sense of trust. Hengsheng chuckled, rubbing her head affectionately. I'll take that as a yes, he said, his tone light-hearted. With Yansu comfortably perched on his shoulder, he turned to face the endless forest ahead. The towering trees swayed gently in the wind, their shadows stretching long under the dappled sunlight. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward, striding into the unknown with his faithful companion by his side. The outer rim of this secret land is a realm of extraordinary and diverse terrains, ranging from the mundane to the fantastical. Towering, rocky mountains stretch toward the heavens, their jagged peaks casting imposing shadows across the land. Vast, endless forests cloak much of the region, their dense canopies concealing an intricate web of life and mystery. At the heart of this enigmatic land lies the breathtaking liquid metal lake, an expanse of molten metal that shimmers like a living mirror under the light. Its surface is both mesmerizing and foreboding. Nearby, an immense mountain range dominates the horizon, resembling an impenetrable wall forged by nature's fury. Among these wonders stands the metal volcano, a towering marvel of molten rock interlaced with glimmering ore. Its smoldering peak releases an eternal plume of heat and light, a testament to the land's volatile nature. The outer rim is a patchwork of serene beauty and treacherous landscapes, where every step can lead to awe or danger. Hengsheng now found himself trudging through a terrain reminiscent of a muddy lake. The ground beneath his feet felt alive, as if it sought to drag him into its murky depths. With every step, the mud clung to him, threatening to swallow him whole if he dared to stop. Despite the immense difficulty, he pressed on, each step a fight against the terrain's insidious pull. After what felt like an eternity, his eyes caught sight of solid ground at the edge of the mire. Summoning his last reserves of strength, he pushed forward until his feet finally touched firm earth. He collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily, his exhaustion evident after 3 grueling days of trekking through the strange landscape. Meow. A broken bar. A soft sound brought him back to reality. Perched on his shoulder was Yansu, now a large gray cat with a striking pattern of 5 colors streaking through her fur. She leaned forward to lick his face, as if rewarding him for his patience and perseverance. Hengsheng allowed himself a faint smile, grateful to finally rest after such hardship. Despite everything, he had not complained once. Instead, he felt relief, knowing he had accomplished his objective, collecting 7 divine-grade treasures for his plan to craft a new main system. It had been 2 years since Hengsheng parted ways with the other Lan Clan members, journeying alone with Yansu through the vast woods of the secret land. His primary focus had been cultivation and growing stronger. Though the first elder had tasked him with eliminating the disciples of the Thunderclap Blade sect, Hengsheng wasn't actively pursuing them yet. The truth was simply he had no effective method to find them in the seemingly infinite expanse of the Outer Rim. Wandering aimlessly in search of them would only waste precious time. Even in these years of travel he didn't even find another human. Instead, he resolved to locate them after breaking through to the spiritual foundation realm. Once his cultivation advanced, his body and soul would be able to bear the burden of a new system. With that, he planned to create a specialized auxiliary system tailored for the task, ensuring both efficiency and success. The only thing left for Hengsheng to do now was to cultivate and explore the area in search of opportunities. Over the past 2 years, Hengsheng and Yansu had wandered through the vast expanse of this secret land, hunting for 6 divine-grade treasures aligned with the 5 elements, and Yang. Shortly after he began his journey, Hengsheng used his spare time to study the Yin Essence Vein, a divine-grade treasure that contained a fragment of Tao within it. Through his experiments, he discovered that neither his system nor his mind space could replicate or duplicate the Tao inside the treasure. However, this didn't mean he couldn't harness its power. By testing the system's absorb function on the Yin Essence Vein, he found that it worked, allowing him to draw in the Tao essence to strengthen his main system. Despite this success, Hengsheng decided to put this process on hold before Yin Essence Vein was fully absorbed. He had a greater plan in mind for this discovery. From the knowledge he had gained about basic runes, formations, and artifact crafting, though far from mastering these skills, he came up with a bold idea. His goal was to craft a new main system, one unbound or less bound by the limitations of his own energy and knowledge. The foundation of this system would be the 7 Tao fragments derived from heaven and earth, which he would use as its core. By doing this, he intended to make the world itself act as the power source to run the system. If successful, his creation would become the true cheat. Of course, this all hinged on whether he could bring his ambitious plan to fruition. During their treasure-seeking journey, Yansu proved invaluable. Her special sense as spirit beast to detect areas of high chi density from afar often guided them to locations with high-level treasures. The first divine-grade treasure they found was a divine branch radiating a vibrant aura of life. Hengsheng didn't recognize its name, but it carried the same Tao resonance he felt from the Yin Essence Vein. This branch was located deep within the endless forest, growing on one of the tallest trees in the region. The tree itself emanated an aura even more potent than that of divine-grade treasures Hengsheng had felt from the Yin Essence Vein. He tried to recall from his knowledge. He realized this tree had a sign that would soon awaken consciousness and become a spirit tree, a rare existence akin to a spirit beast but even rarer, almost myth. Surrounding the tree, numerous demon beasts had gathered. Surprisingly, they weren't fighting each other. Instead, they simply lingered near the tree, basking in the benefits of its aura. Hengsheng avoided any unnecessary conflict. Spotting a fallen branch on the ground, he simply picked it up and left without engaging the beasts. After a week of traveling, Hengsheng left the endless forest and continued his journey. He discovered a second treasure atop Araki Mountain similar to the one his Lan Clan had used as a base, but this mountain was far taller. Its peak was bathed in golden light emanating from a glowing pillar that seemed to have existed for countless years. At the summit, he found a radiant stone emitting a warm, vibrant aura that he assumed carried Yang Qi. As Hengsheng continued his journey, this process repeated several times. Along the way, he fought off demon beasts that attacked him and sought treasures scattered across the terrain. It took him 1.5 years to locate treasures aligned with wood, yang, fire, water, and metal elements. These were easier to find, as they were tied to distinct terrains. The endless forest, a towering rocky mountain, a blazing volcano, the liquid metal lake, and a massive mountain range that seemed impossible to collapse unless made entirely of metal. However, finding an earth-aligned divine-grade treasure proved far more challenging. Unlike the others, it wasn't marked by any clear features, and Yansu's senses couldn't detect it either. Hengsheng spent half a year wandering aimlessly before finally stumbling upon a barren, muddy plain. The plain was eerily lifeless, with no activity above ground. Despite its desolation, Hengsheng's instincts told him it was hiding something valuable. When he stepped into the muddy terrain, the ground acted like quicksand, threatening to swallow him with every misstep. Fortunately, his mastery of the thousand motion art proved critical in navigating the terrain. Using its precise movements, he avoided being pulled under and gradually made his way to the plain's center. There, he found the source of the plain's unusual nature, a massive stone that sent rippling waves through the surrounding ground, making the soil soft and unstable. Over time, these ripples had transformed the entire area into a muddy expanse. Hengsheng quickly broke off a piece of the stone, securing the treasure, and carefully made his way back. 3 days later, Hengsheng finally reached solid ground, exhausted but relieved. Once he recovered, he began planning his next move. He decided to return to the Lan Clan base to stabilize his cultivation and attempt to break through into the spiritual foundation realm. During his journey, he hadn't only traveled but also cultivated whenever he had the chance. Now, he was already at the peak of the chi-gathering realm, having opened all 512 meridians. The result of this cultivation was as astonishing as when he first chose to practice the vast meridian refinement art. His spiritual chi reserves were immense, more than 50 cultivators of his realm combined. While his spiritual chi wasn't as refined or potent as others, the sheer quantity, coupled with his precise control, made him no less formidable. Even compared to a Golden Sword sect disciple he had encountered on the first day before entering the secret land, Hengsheng felt confident he was stronger. It wasn't just Hengsheng who had grown. Yansu had also reached the peak of rank 2 and required a safe place to undergo a breakthrough to rank 3. Her bloodline evolution had reached a ridiculous point. Due to her infinite evolution trait, ordinary bloodline essence was no longer sufficient for her continued evolution. She would now need more powerful sources to extract and advance further. Before heading back to the Lan Clan base, Hengsheng opened his status screen to reflect on both his and Yansu's progress one last time. Status: Name, Lan Hengsheng. Race, human. Age, 20. Spirit core, system neutral. Spirit core, Earth. Cultivation realm, peak stage. Chi gathering, 100%. Chi cultivation method, vast meridian refinement art. Attributes: physique, 150. Spiritual chi, 1760. Mind, 195. Spirit body, 143. Special traits: mind space, super spirit body, vast meridian, 512. 512. Chi techniques: Mortal Gradia, 1000 motion art, Earth Gradia, endless step technique, horizon shift technique, world shatter palm art, Chi surge cannon technique, heaven's pulse fist technique, pure Chi rebound technique, hidden mind sutra. Auxiliary systems capacity, 100%, scenario simulation system, 75%, Beastmaster system, 25%. System points, 1000 points. Absorb, upgrade. Status: Name, Yansu. Race, spirit beast, domestic cat. Age, 2. Bloodline, myriad devourer. 5 agents. Affinity, neutral, shadow, yin, yang, wood, fire, water, metal, earth. Cultivation realm, rank 2, 100%. Special traits: infinity evolution, myriad devour, spirit nourishes, 5 faces. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Hengsheng raced through the endless forest, his speed akin to a train tearing through the wilderness. The wind howled against his ears, leaves rustled in his wake, and the faint echo of snapping branches accompanied his every stride. It had been a month since he began his journey back to the Lan Clan base, determined to not waste any time. He had ignored the urge to explore and instead pressed forward with singular focus. Now, as he entered the dense greenery of the endless forest, he felt a surge of hope. His destination was close. But something was off. He slowed his pace, his sharp eyes narrowing as unease crept up his spine. The forest, typically brimming with life, was unnaturally quiet. The usual sounds of chirping birds and rustling foliage were absent, replaced by an oppressive silence that seemed to blanket the entire area. Hengsheng's steps faltered, his instincts screaming that something was wrong. "Too quiet," he muttered under his breath. Ordinarily, demon beasts would have already challenged him at least once, but he hadn't encountered a single one in the past hour. Not even the faintest trace of their presence lingered in the air. With a frown, Hengsheng closed his eyes and extended his senses. He willed his spirit bodies to materialize, four translucent forms shimmering as they floated out of him and shot in different directions. Thanks to his cultivation at the peak of the chi-gathering realm, each spirit body could now travel up to a kilometer away from him, allowing him to scour the area thoroughly. Even as he ran, his spirit bodies weaved through the dense forest, inspecting every shadow and corner. The soft rustle of leaves and occasional creak of ancient trees filled the air, but there was no sign of life. After an hour of fruitless searching, Hengsheng came to a halt, his breathing steady yet heavy with suspicion. "This isn't normal," he muttered, his brows furrowing deeply. The absence of any demon beast wasn't just unusual, it was alarming. His mind raced with possibilities, but none of them brought him comfort. His base wasn't far from here, and leaving this abnormality unchecked could spell trouble for the Lan Clan. As he pondered, a sudden movement broke his thoughts. Yunsu, perched on his shoulder, stirred uneasily. The normally calm and collected cat was sniffing the air frantically, her grey fur standing on end. She let out a low hiss, her ears flattened, and her five-colored fur shimmered faintly as her agitation grew. "Yunsu, what's wrong?" Hengsheng asked, his tone tense. The feline hissed again, tapping her nose repeatedly with her paw as if trying to convey something. "A bad smell?" Hengsheng guessed, his frown deepening. Yunsu gave a sharp meow in response, her tail lashing in irritation. Hengsheng felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He heightened his senses to their peak, straining to detect whatever Yunsu had sensed, but there was nothing, no sound, no movement, no scent beyond the earthy aroma of the forest. "This doesn't make sense," he murmured, frustration creeping into his voice. "Let's head to the divine tree. If something's wrong, the answer might be there." Adjusting his direction slightly, Hengsheng set his sights on the center of the forest. His movements slowed to a cautious pace, each step deliberate and measured. The towering trees seemed to close in around him, their ancient trunks casting long shadows under the dim canopy. A heavy tension hung in the air, pressing down on him like an invisible weight. Hengsheng's hand instinctively hovered near his weapon as he advanced. Whatever was happening here, he was determined to uncover it before it reached the Lan Clan. As he continues deep inside the center of the endless forest, he starts to find traces of battle that seem to have happened long ago, since nature seemed to recover it. If he had not looked for a clue, he might not have noticed it. Despite traces of battle all around, he did not find a single drop of blood or corpse of demon beast at all. It was like it being clean up after the battle. And this is cultivator doing? Hengsheng thought the abnormality happening here might be caused by cultivator-only humans that have many weird methods to kill or cause something like this. The demon beast is never doing this, since they are all simply fighting for natural treasure or territory, not doing mass disappear like this. Soon, Hengsheng reached the open plain in the heart of the forest, where the towering divine tree stood proudly. The sight that greeted him stopped him in his tracks. Surrounding the tree was a massive gathering of demon beasts, thousands of them, at least 10,000 from countless species, sprawled across the area. Hengsheng's eyes widened in shock. The last time he visited this place, only a few hundred of the strongest demon beasts dared to occupy the sacred ground near the divine tree. But now, the sheer number was overwhelming, a vast sea of beasts of all shapes and sizes. As he appeared on the edge of the clearing, several demon beasts noticed him. Their heads turned in unison, and a few growled or roared in surprise, their eyes locking onto him. Some with humanoid limbs raised their hands or paws to point in his direction, but oddly, none of them showed any signs of aggression. Hengsheng frowned, his confusion mounting. "What is this?" "A secret party of demon beasts," he muttered, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he tried to make sense of the bizarre sight. He stood at the edge of the plain, his thoughts racing. What could have caused such an unprecedented gathering? However, before he could dwell on it further, the situation took a drastic turn. The previously subdued murmurs and growls of the beasts suddenly transformed into a deafening uproar. Roars, screams, and howls filled the air, all directed at him. Yansu, perched on his shoulder, leapt off with a startled hiss, her fur bristling. Hengsheng's instincts screamed at him, and he reacted without hesitation. His body tensed as he jumped away from his position, flipping midair just as a deafening boom erupted from where he had been standing moments ago. The ground cracked and splintered under the force of the impact. He landed gracefully several meters away, his heart pounding in his chest. His sharp gaze snapped to the source of the attacker and froze in horror. Emerging from the shadows was a grotesque monstrosity that defied logic and nature. Its massive body stretched over 100 meters long, lacking a head but consisting of a writhing mass of veiny, pulsating flesh. Hundreds of twisted, claw-tipped, hand-like legs writhed and twitched unnaturally, jerking and grasping at the air in a chaotic rhythm. Bulbous, unblinking eyes were scattered across its grotesque form, each darting independently, oozing sickly black ichor that streaked its mottled skin. Twisted and malformed mouths were scattered across its body, snapping and gnawing at nothing. From those mouths came an unholy cacophony, a symphony of guttural growls, haunting whispers, and bone-chilling screams that seemed to pierce the soul. The air around it shimmered and warped as if reality itself was being bent under its unnatural presence. An oppressive dread gripped Hengsheng's heart, making each breath feel heavy and labored. He shuddered, his voice barely above a whisper. What in the heavens a broken bar is this abomination? It didn't feel like any demon beast Hengsheng had encountered before, or not remotely. There was no trace of spiritual chi emanating from it, yet the sheer force of its earlier attack left no doubt about its power. Hengsheng quickly assessed its strength, though it was easily comparable to a spiritual Foundation realm cultivator. Perched on his shoulder, Yansu leapt back onto him, her fur bristling as she hissed furiously at the creature. Despite her usual courage, Hengsheng could feel her fear radiating from her small body. The monstrosity suddenly lunged at him again, its grotesque limbs flailing. Hengsheng acted on instinct, leaping backward as he gathered chi into his palm and launched an attack. The chi strike landed, tearing apart a chunk of its flesh in an explosion of grotesque matter. However, Hengsheng didn't relax. His sharp gaze swept across the scene, noting how the 10,000 demon beasts surrounding the divine tree reacted. They screamed and roared in fear, darting around the tree in panicked chaos. None of them, however, dared to leave the divine tree's protective aura, their terror directed solely at this monster. Just as he expected, the creature's shredded flesh began to writhe and regenerate almost instantly. Within moments, the gaping wounds mended themselves, and the monstrosity surged at him once more. Boom! The ground shattered as the creature's massive limb slammed into it, narrowly missing Hengsheng as he dodged. He retaliated with a relentless barrage of chi blasts, each strike hitting its mark with thunderous explosions. Boom! 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 The creature's flesh was torn apart repeatedly, pieces of its grotesque body flying in all directions. Yansu, now standing on his shoulder with her hind legs, joined the assault. She swiped her claws through the air, unleashing 5 colored chi slashes that ripped into the monstrosity, carving it apart piece by piece. Shing, shing, shing. For a full minute, Hengsheng and Yansu unleashed their unrelenting assault. The creature's body was reduced to a mangled, unrecognizable mess. Hengsheng leapt back to assess the damage, his chest heaving from exertion. But the scene before him deepened his frown. The monstrosity's shredded body began to squirm and knit itself back together. In a mere 10 seconds, it had fully regenerated, its grotesque form restored to its original state. Hengsheng's eyes narrowed, and his voice dropped to a murmur. Is it our broken bar immortal? After the monster regenerated, it wasted no time and launched its massive, writhing body at Hengsheng with a speed far greater than before. Hengsheng reacted instantly, dodging to the side, but it was too fast. One of the mouths on its grotesque body latched onto his left foot. A sharp, searing pain shot through him as he heard the sickening crunch of bone. His left foot was ripped clean off. Gritting his teeth, Hengsheng channeled chi to halt the bleeding and stabilize himself mid-air. He landed far from the creature, barely maintaining his balance. His eyes burned with fury as he watched the monster chew on his severed foot, its rows of jagged teeth cracking the bones like brittle twigs. His anger surged to an unprecedented peak. "How dare you eat my foot? I'll kill you!" he roared, his voice echoing across the plain. As he seethed, the monster swallowed the remnants of his foot. To Hengsheng's horror, new clawed legs sprouted from its grotesque body, growing longer and more twisted than the others. "What the hell is that?" Hengsheng's shock turned to determination. He knew close combat was no longer an option. Getting within its reach again would be suicide. He quickly switched tactics, gathering chi into his palms and launching a barrage of long-range attacks. Boom, boom, boom. Each strike hit its mark, tearing apart chunks of the creature's fleshy mass. Despite its terrifying attack power, the monster's body wasn't particularly durable. A single chi blast could blow large portions of it apart. But no matter how much damage Hengsheng inflicted, it kept regenerating. Not even a sign of weakness. "There's a broken bar. This thing is immortal," he muttered in disbelief. His mind churned. Even immortal cultivators are those who lived as long as the heavens and earth were not unkillable, ways they could be killed. But this monster? Its power was nowhere near that of an immortal, yet it seemed completely unkillable. The sheer absurdity of it left him deeply unsettled. Hengsheng continued his relentless assault, bombarding the monstrosity with chi blasts to keep it at bay. But he knew he couldn't keep this up forever. His stamina was draining, and the creature showed no signs of slowing down. Realizing he needed to retreat, Hengsheng turned and dashed toward the divine tree. The monster screeched, sensing his attempt to flee. In a horrifying display, it detonated chunks of its own body, sending a rain of flesh hurtling toward him. Hengsheng's eyes widened in shock. "It can do that?" He dodged frantically as the fleshy projectiles slammed into the ground, cratering the earth. One small piece managed to graze his arm. He felt it immediately, an alien presence burrowing into his flesh. "Damn it!" Without hesitation, Hengsheng ripped off the skin from his own arm where the monster's piece had latched on, tossing it away before it could dig deeper. The pain was excruciating, but he couldn't let the monster invade his body. Clenching his jaw, he sprinted faster toward the divine tree. As he neared the tree, the air grew calm and soothing. Just as the monster lunged after him, he entered the divine tree's protective aura. The moment it crossed into the tree's energy field, a deafening roar of pain erupted from its countless mouths. Its grotesque body recoiled violently, unable to bear the tree's divine aura. Hengsheng collapsed to his knees, panting heavily. Safe, at least for now. His sharp eyes watched as the monster slithered back, retreating to gather its scattered flesh. Once its body reformed, it began to twist and contort. To Hengsheng's surprise, the creature compressed itself, its massive bulk thinning into a long, slim, spaghetti-like form. "What a broken bar is it doing now?" The grotesque form slithered toward the ground, finding a narrow gap in the earth. Like a serpent, it slipped into the crevice and disappeared from sight, leaving behind an eerie silence. Hengsheng collapsed to the ground, his breathing ragged. Yansu stayed by his side, gently licking his raw, bloody, skinless arm. Her saliva, imbued with the healing properties of the 5 phases, worked to mend his wounds. He glanced at the other demon beasts. With the monster gone, they seemed unfazed, lazily returning to their spots near the divine tree as if nothing had happened. They had completely forgotten about him. "I need to deal with this wound first," Hengsheng muttered, gritting his teeth. He pulled a healing pill from his space ring, popped it into his mouth, and waited for it to take effect. As the pill dissolved, a soothing warmth spread through his body, sending waves of gentle chi to his injuries. Though his arm was still grotesque, it started to regenerate, with a thin layer of new skin slowly covering the exposed flesh. But when Hengsheng glanced at his left foot, his mood darkened. It was gone, completely severed. He shook his head in frustration. No pill or treasure in his possession could restore a lost limb. "I can't stay like this," he said through clenched teeth. Hengsheng made a quick decision. He uninstalled his simulator system. With a thought, he entered his mind space, where he immediately began crafting a new system tailored to this crisis. The monster's recovery ability, a broken bar. It's the real problem, he mused as he worked. No matter how many times I destroy it, it just regenerates like it's immortal. And I didn't sense chi from it until just that strange, oppressive aura surrounding it. Whatever is making it unkillable, it's tied to its insane regenerative power. If I can strip that away. His fingers flew as he constructed the framework of his new system. Ding. Life Stealer System, 75%, installed. As the system was installed, a massive amount of Hengsheng's chi was consumed, and the drain was almost overwhelming. This new system, built with the same capacity as his super useful scenario simulation system, had a single, devastating purpose: to steal the monster's life force. Hengsheng smirked darkly. He couldn't wait to see if the creature could still crawl back after losing the very essence that sustained it. With a faint grin, he placed Yansu gently on the ground. "You wait here. I'll be back soon." Yansu swung her tail, letting out a soft, obedient meow. A broken bar before sitting down, her eyes never leaving him. Hengsheng stepped out of the protective aura of the divine tree. Almost immediately, the monster rose from where it had lain dormant, its grotesque form twitching to life. But Hengsheng didn't flinch. He activated his system. Ding. Target locked. With the target locked, the system's function was clear. Any damage Hengsheng inflicted would steal the monster's life force, nullify its regeneration, and convert the stolen energy into his own recovery. "Let's see how you handle this," Hengsheng muttered as he raised his hand, gathering a massive amount of chi. He channeled every ounce of his strength into his chi surge cannon, unleashing it from afar. Boom. A doom. The attack landed with devastating force, obliterating the monster's grotesque body. The ground shook, and a cloud of dust and debris filled the air. Hengsheng didn't rush in. He waited, his sharp eyes fixed on the aftermath, ready to confirm whether the creature had truly been destroyed. As the dust settled, Hengsheng's heart sank. The monster wasn't recovering, but it wasn't dead either. Worse, the parts of its body that had been blown apart didn't return to the main mass. Instead, they began to twist and writhe on their own, each severed piece forming into a new, smaller monstrosity. Within moments, the once singular abomination had multiplied into a swarm of over 100 smaller versions, each just as grotesque as the original. Hengsheng stared at the scene in stunned silence, his mind racing. His expression darkened. "What the hell is this? A broken bar? A horror movie?" The plane that had once held a single monstrous threat now teemed with countless nightmares, their countless unblinking eyes and gnashing mouths all fixed on him. Hengsheng couldn't help but groan inwardly. Why did this monster always manage to turn the worst possibilities into reality? Hengsheng immediately bolted back into the protective aura of the divine tree. His heart pounded as he turned to look behind him, only to see the swarm of monsters retreating into the gaps and crevices of the earth. A chill ran down his spine. He couldn't leave now, or not with those abominations lurking, ready to ambush him the moment he stepped outside. Without hesitation, he quickly uninstalled the useless Life Stealer system. "What a scam!" he muttered, blaming the innocent system for the disaster, conveniently ignoring that it was his own overconfidence that caused the mess. "At least I got my foot back," he grumbled, glancing down at his fully restored leg. Although the system had caused an ultimate failure, it hadn't been a total loss. The life force he'd stolen had been enough to regenerate his limb, a small consolation for the chaos he'd unleashed. As Hengsheng caught his breath, he couldn't help but wonder how such a monster could exist in a cultivation world. "This thing doesn't make sense," he muttered to himself, frowning deeply. "It's like its existence follows a different set of rules entirely." A sudden flash of enlightenment struck him, and his gaze shifted to the towering divine tree. "Wait a moment," he muttered, narrowing his eyes. "How does your aura hurt that monster? Is it because of Tao rhythm?" Hengsheng stared at the divine tree, his curiosity deepening with every moment. This tree was undoubtedly more precious than any ordinary divine-grade treasure. Even every branch and leaf of the tree glowed faintly, radiating an aura that rivaled or surpassed treasures of the divine grade. He didn't know what grade could exceed divine, but the aura this tree exuded was unmistakably imbued with Tao rhythm, more than normal divine should be able to. It has to be the Tao rhythm in its aura that hurts that monster, Hengsheng muttered, his eyes narrowing as he analyzed the situation. The tree's aura wasn't something an ordinary divine-grade treasure could produce. From what he understood, the release of such an aura suggested that the tree was undergoing a Tao blessing. This rare phenomenon occurs when a tree reaches an incredibly old age, likely over 1,000 years, and is nurtured in a high-density Qi environment. Once the process is complete, the tree awakens consciousness and transforms into a spirit tree capable of embarking on the path of cultivation. Hengsheng's gaze softened as he examined the massive tree. The higher the tree's grade before its transformation, the greater its innate talent would be as a spirit tree. Judging by the purity and strength of its aura, this tree was destined to become a heavenly-defying talent cultivator once it awakened. Just imagine, he murmured to himself, a tree like this as a cultivator, a broken bar. It's absurd. Yet, despite his fascination with the divine tree, his thoughts soon returned to the monstrosity lurking outside the tree's protective aura. The creature was unlike anything he had ever encountered in this world. Hengsheng frowned as unease crept into his mind. Why didn't the first elder warn me about something like this? He muttered under his breath. If it had been another member of the Lan Clan instead of him, as someone less experienced, someone who hadn't faced death countless times through the simulator, they would have been doomed the moment they encountered that thing. At least now he understood that the monster was weak against Tao. But that knowledge offered little comfort. Hengsheng had no way of utilizing Tao himself. Tao power was exclusive to cultivators in the Tao threshold realm, far beyond his current level. A low-rank cultivator like him lacked the soul strength necessary to comprehend, much less wield, Tao power. He grimaced at the thought. Maybe a divine-rank defensive treasure could kill it, he reasoned aloud, since those contain traces of Tao power. But, of course, he didn't have one of those either. Time dragged on as Hengsheng racked his brain for a solution, but nothing seemed feasible. Every option to deal with the monster felt utterly out of reach. If there truly was no way to defeat it, then fleeing might be his only choice. Fortunately, escape was a realistic option for him. Hengsheng was confident he was faster than the creature, and he had plenty of methods at his disposal, especially if he crafted a system specifically for the task. Yet, the thought of fleeing left a bitter taste in his mouth. The memory of the monster eating his foot gnawed at his pride. His anger burned hotter. He couldn't let that insult go unanswered. Hengsheng's eyes shifted back to the divine tree. A bold idea took root in his mind. Perhaps he could use this opportunity to try to comprehend the Tao. Since his soul is not from this world, maybe it can give him an advantage in the Tao comprehension area. Who knows? With a resolute nod, he picked up Yunsu, who purred softly in his arms. As he walked through the group of demon beasts lounging around the tree, a few growled at him, as if he had disturbed their peace. Yet none of them dared to act, as they all seemed preoccupied with their own fear of the monster. They, like Hengsheng, were seeking refuge under the divine tree's protective aura. Eventually, Hengsheng reached the base of the tree trunk. It was so massive that even 100 men working together could hardly encircle it with their arms. He placed his hand on the bark, its surface humming faintly with an ancient and vibrant aura. Leaning against the trunk, Hengsheng sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. He focused all his senses on the aura emanating from the tree, hoping to glean some insight. The warmth of the air brushed against his skin, calming his mind. His ears caught the faint symphony of nature, the rustling of leaves, the hum of insects on the ground. Strangely, he even smelled sunlight, which was odd considering there was no actual sun here, only the golden pillar radiating light above. An hour passed, yet nothing resembling enlightenment came to him. His body and mind felt nurtured by the tree's aura, leaving him in an almost euphoric state of relaxation. However, as far as comprehending the Tao was concerned, he had achieved nothing. Hengsheng opened his eyes and shook his head. This is not the way for me, he admitted, a wry smile forming on his lips. He wasn't the type of genius who could suddenly enter an enlightened state just by sitting still and attempting to connect with nature. Frowning, he muttered, "Let's get back to the basics." He tried to recall what he had been taught in his clan, but to his frustration, even his elders never really explained what the Tao truly was. It always seemed like an abstract concept, something people use to justify their actions or beliefs. For me, Hengsheng thought, the Tao is just the laws or rules of the world. But then a broken bar, why not just call it law? Like the law of fire or the law of water? Wouldn't that make it easier to understand? He continued mulling over the idea, dissecting the concept of Tao and its relationship to the laws of the universe. But the more he thought about it, the more questions he had. For example, why was there something like the Tao of the sword? If Tao were just the universal laws, did that mean the universe itself wielded a weapon? Does the universe have the Tao of system? Now it was unlikely. The absurdity of the thought made him pause and shake his head. From all the fragments of thought swirling in his mind, Hengsheng managed to grasp one thing: the Tao couldn't be fully explained through words or texts. This was likely why only cultivators with powerful souls could begin to comprehend its meaning. Another realization struck him: the Tao was unique to every individual. While it might reflect universal principles, its interpretation was deeply personal. So it's not just about the unchanging laws of their universe, Hengsheng murmured, his voice soft with revelation. It's the way to align oneself with the universe's laws. Hengsheng closed his eyes once more and entered the stage of enlightenment. If Tao truly was the way, then all he had to do was follow his beliefs, embrace what he excelled at, and pursue the image of himself that he aspired to be, to the point he was willing to die to do so. With that thought, he entered his mind space again. However, this time it wasn't entirely disconnected from the real world. He could still feel its presence faintly. It was the heavenly Tao, responding to his invitation. In this mind space, Hengsheng was omnipotent. Here, he could do whatever he wished. And if that principle applied to his mind space, then one day, it could apply to the real world as well. Maybe not today, maybe not in 1,000,000 years, but it would happen. His resolve solidified as he declared aloud, I am Lan Hengsheng, the system maker. Whether a system Tao exists in this world or not, I do not know, but if it does not, then I shall forge it with my own hands. Step by step, I will refine it, perfect it, and walk this path to its peak. The road to immortality is long, filled with hardship and unknown trials. I do not claim to be invincible, nor do I seek to challenge the heavens without cause. But if fate stands against me, I will not retreat. If obstacles block my path, I will overcome them. If the world refuses to acknowledge my Tao, then I will prove its worth through my own strength. This is my path, my will, my destiny. No matter how far I must go, I will not falter. As his declaration echoed within his mind space, the presence of the heavenly Tao responded. 7 colored clouds swirled into the shape of a massive, all-seeing eye, emerging within his mind space. Its overwhelming power was undeniable, but here, Hengsheng was supreme. The presence of the heavenly Tao couldn't diminish him in any way. The swirling clouds roared, but not in anger at his audacious declaration. Instead, they demanded proof. Hengsheng understood instantly. With a casual wave of his hand, a blue sphere materialized before him. It was blue. The system administrator core, the heart of his creations. The heavenly Tao examined it with curiosity, and after a moment of silent observation, it roared once again. This time, however, it wasn't a roar of challenge or defiance, but one of approval and blessing. A radiant 7-colored light descended from the swirling clouds. No, it wasn't just 7 colors, that was merely what human eyes could perceive. In truth, the light contained all spectrum's thread that waved into the fabric of reality, interwoven into a vibrant and visible cascade that illuminated his entire mind space. Hengsheng's mind, omnipotent within this domain, instantly understood the blessing's nature. It was a sample of the cultivation world's laws, a reward for showcasing his creation. As the heavenly Tao's presence withdrew to where it came, Hengsheng waved his hand, gathering the cascading light into a condensed form of a glowing sphere of 7 colors. A triumphant smile appeared on his face. With this as a foundation, he could later use it to forge the Tao of systems. The path is clear, Hengsheng murmured, his voice filled with determination. The immortal realm lies in the central regions of the Eastern multiverse. It is unimaginably vast, spanning an area as immense as billions of galaxies combined. This realm is so grand that even true immortals would require trillions of years to traverse its entirety. For those who have achieved immortality in the outer regions yet still seek to advance along the Tao path, this is the ultimate destination, a land of infinite opportunities and dangers. The realm is old beyond ancient, having existed since the creation of the Omniverse itself. It is home to countless powerful immortal cultivators, many of whom far surpass true immortals in strength. These cultivators, with their mastery over profundos and boundless power, were capable to shape the course of the Eastern multiverse itself. From the first era to the present day, this realm has been a hub of unparalleled power, dominated by countless factions such as the Heavenly Court, the Taoist sects, and the primordial demon clans. These groups wield incomprehensible authority, their influence stretching across the vast expanse of the Eastern multiverse. Even the smallest conflicts among these factions have the potential to shake worlds and cause countless realms to fall. Today, however, change is brewing. The stream of destiny, a metaphysical flow governing the fates of all existence here, has shown signs of a monumental shift, large enough to ripple across the whole Eastern multiverse. Cultivators powerful enough to perceive the changes in heaven and earth are stunned. Such phenomena are rare and herald the dawn of a new era. These shifts can bring unprecedented opportunities or catastrophic disasters. The last time a change of this magnitude occurred, a great eon ago, it marked the birth of the writer, the most powerful entity of the Omniverse until the current era. The writer, whose very presence reshaped the balance of existence, rose to unmatched prominence. Fortunately for the Eastern multiverse, the writer's emergence happened in the central multiverse and had a minimal impact here, sparing the region from his transformative influence. Now, all the mighty cultivators of the immortal realm have turned their focus to the stream of destiny, employing countless methods to divine the nature of this change. Immense formations powered by ancient treasures, the collective efforts of heavenly diviners, and even the insights of ancient oracles have been brought to bear. Despite knowing that heaven rarely reveals secrets of such magnitude, they persist with tireless determination. Soon, a single answer emerges, spreading like wildfire through the realm. Tao Creator. The title Tao Creator causes waves of confusion and unease among the immortal realm's elite. While very rare, this title is not unheard of. Such beings were more common in the early eras of the immortal realm creation. A Tao Creator is someone who forges a new path of cultivation, creating a new Tao that will strengthen the foundation of the heavenly Tao law to a certain degree. Just one more new Tao Creator should not be able to cause a change of this magnitude, yet it has happened. There are only two possible explanations: either the one who caused the change only happens to be a Tao Creator, or the new Tao to emerge is potent enough to affect the stream of destiny itself. This uncertainty leaves even the most ancient and wise cultivators unsettled. Either way, they are certain of one thing: unlike last time, when the change occurred far away from them, this time the one causing the change is a cultivator within the eastern regions. This realization sends ripples of tension and urgency through the immortal realm. The great factions, from the heavenly court to the non-faction individual, begin to lay plans of their own. Schemes are set in motion, as every group seeks to secure its position in this rapidly shifting world. The new era is about to begin. Lan Hengsheng. Hengsheng opened his eyes, observing his surroundings before glancing up at the golden clouds of the secret land. There is no sign of heavenly Tao being here. Everything seemed calm and normal in the real world, with no noticeable changes. He looked down at himself, feeling no obvious transformation. Despite following his instincts earlier, his efforts appeared fruitless in the real world if looked at with a naked eye. Even though he hadn't enlightened Tao or gained the power of a Tao, he had awakened something deep within his sea of thoughts, his Tao heart. It is the will to pursue one's own path. It's the unshakable determination that defines a cultivator's path. It is a force so resolute and intent that, when strong enough, it can influence and even reshape the law of reality itself for the very foundation every cultivator needs if they seek to achieve Tao and attain immortality. With this realization, Hengsheng released his Tao heart. Instantly, the aura around him shifted, and his spiritual chi began vibrating at a frequency that felt like it was ready to connect with heaven and earth, drawing him closer to comprehending the Tao. In this state, Hengsheng felt his strength surge tenfold, though he couldn't pinpoint how. But before long, his body and mind struggled under the immense weight of bearing heaven and earth's aura, forcing him to pull his Tao heart back into his sea of thoughts. This is incredible, Hengsheng thought, a glint of determination in his eyes. With this newfound power, he felt confident that he could hurt the monster with his Tao heart power like the divine tree, or did, but killing it broken bar. Let's see. But Hengsheng was in no rush to test his Tao heart power on the monster. Instead, he focused on comprehending what had occurred earlier. The heavenly Tao had given him a sample of the cultivation world's laws, the fundamental essence of all laws in this world. In his mind space, he could see through and fully comprehend them, knowing their immense potential and how they could benefit him in the real world. However, upon returning to reality, all that understanding had vanished entirely. This didn't surprise him. In the mind space, he was a supreme being, but in the real world, he was merely a low-rank cultivator. His current existence couldn't grasp something so profound, let alone retain it. Yet, he wasn't disheartened. While he couldn't utilize this understanding of cultivation world law now, he was confident that when his strength reached the level required to retain an understanding of Tao, he would make full use of it, especially in forging the Tao of system, his ultimate path, as a cultivator and as a system maker. Meow, a broken bar. Yansu's soft cry pulled Hengsheng from his thoughts. He turned to her, meeting her unchanging, emotionless cat face. Yet, through their connection, he understood her meaning. She could sense the change in his heart and mind and asked if he was all right. I'm fine, kitty. Just had a little moment of brilliance, Hengsheng said, grinning as he rubbed the top of her fluffy head. Nothing you need to worry about. Meow. The little spirit beast tilted her head, her curious gaze practically asking, "Are you sure about that?" Hengsheng chuckled, leaning closer. "Oh, what's that look for? Don't tell me you're doubting me now." He poked her nose lightly, earning a twitch of her ears. "I just had some insight into my Tao heart. Nothing fancy, really." Meow. She batted his hand away with her paw, as if to say, "Explain yourself better." All right, he relented with a laugh. "Tao heart's just a human thing, okay? You wouldn't get it. Spirit beasts like you don't need it. You've got your bloodline and instincts to do all the work for you." "Meow," she replied, puffing up her chest proudly, her tail flicking as if to say, "Obviously." "Ah, I see." "So confident," he teased, scratching behind her ears. "Fine, when your bloodline strengthens, your Tao heart will probably be strong enough to knock down the heavens." Meow, she purred smugly, leaning into his touch, her eyes gleaming with playful arrogance. He chuckled, gently petting her as her soft purr rewarded his affection. Hengsheng couldn't help but marvel at her simplicity. Animals, unlike humans, were pure and uncomplicated. They brought him a sense of safety, a rare comfort in the chaos of his cultivation journey. Hengsheng played with Yansu for a while, enjoying the moment of relaxation. Soon, his mind settled, and he felt ready to continue his journey. However, his first task was to get his simulator system back online. It had always been the most effective and useful system he had created, and now, with the sample of the cultivation world's laws stored within his mind space, the systems he created would achieve 100% synchronization with the real world. From this point forward, there would be no more uncertainty about a system's effects or whether its outcomes would align with his expectations. He could test everything inside his mind space as if it were the real world. This development ensured that every system he created would operate at maximum potential, leaving no room for failure, and no waste of system space capacity. Hengsheng entered his mind space and began upgrading the scenario simulation system to an entirely new level. With his eyes closed, he focused on the intricate details of his creation, refining every aspect. Soon, he completed his work. Ding! Life Simulator System, 100%, installed. Hengsheng sat cross-legged under the divine tree, closing his eyes to recover his spiritual chi. Installing the system had drained his spiritual chi at an alarming rate, far more than any of the systems he had created before. This time was especially taxing, as the life simulator system was undoubtedly the most potent and profound system he had ever created. Even the main system he relied on couldn't compare. After all, this new system was built using the sample of cultivation world law as its blueprint. The energy drain was immense, consuming all 1,760 units of his spiritual chi across 5 rounds. Hengsheng had to continuously absorb spiritual chi from the surrounding air to sustain the installation process. Not long after, the system was finally installed. Hengsheng opened his eyes, a confident grin spreading across his face. This was the pinnacle of his creations. For the first time, he could proudly call a system a true system, rather than just a technique. Through the system was still bound by the limitations of his current cultivation realm, that was a minor issue. Since he could only activate the system's life simulation mode once a year, by using system points, the limitation didn't bother me this time. The life simulator system retained all the features of its previous version but was now enhanced to an entirely new level. Unlike before, when Hengsheng couldn't simulate higher realm cultivators due to his lack of knowledge and understanding of the higher realms, this was no longer a problem. With its new foundation, the system could even simulate immortal cultivators with 100% accuracy, perfectly reflecting reality instead of being limited by his imagination. The crown jewel feature of this new simulator system, however, was its life simulation mode. By spending 1,000 system points, Hengsheng could initiate a life simulation with a customized setting and goal. He could choose to be reborn as anyone, anywhere, at any time, or even as something entirely different from human. Once the simulation began, he would live out that life as if it were real, experiencing everything firsthand. When the simulation ended, he would return to reality, retaining part of the knowledge, experiences, and even cultivation methods and chi techniques he learned during that life. The life simulation mode could only be activated once a year due to the limitations of cause and effector restrictions that he couldn't comprehend or remember once he left the mind space. Of course, this incredible power came with significant risks and limitations. First, during the simulation, he would completely lose all memories of his true self, truly becoming the person he simulated. Second, the settings could only follow the laws of a cultivation world governed by the heavenly Tao. He couldn't set it to a magical world full of gods and devils or an ordinary world like his previous life. Third, there was the danger of losing himself entirely if the simulated person possessed overwhelming stronger willpower than him. It could potentially overwrite his real identity. Worse still, if the simulated person somehow achieved immortality during the simulation, Hengsheng's original self surely be replaced. Lastly, the simulator had a strict time limit. At his current cultivation realm, each simulation could run for only 100 years at the maximum time setting within the simulated world. This was a double-edged sword, acting both as a safety mechanism to protect his real personality and as a limitation on the progress he could achieve in a single simulation. Hengsheng wasted no time as he opened the life simulation system panel, eagerly setting the parameters for his simulation. He meticulously adjusted the details so what he would be born as, the nature of the world, and the various conditions of his simulated life. Even though he had thoroughly tested it in his mind space, there was an undeniable thrill in activating it in the real world. This method was undeniably dangerous, but it was also far more effective than a regular simulation. If he could endure and overcome the life simulation without losing himself, his Tao heart and willpower would improve significantly. It was akin to experiencing samsara, the mythical cycle of life and death revered in this cultivation world. Once he was satisfied with the settings, Hengsheng gave Blue the command. Initiate life simulation. Ding. Life simulation mode processing a broken bar. 1000 system points deducted. Ding. Initializing simulation settings. Simulated person, Samuel Barlower, ordinary human with a decent family background, innate personality trait CNTP, and high-grade spiritual chi affinity. World, planet Earth, a modern world. Timeline, year 1996. Time frame, 100 years. Simulation. Background. In 2020, the planet Earth awakened to spiritual chi, triggering a world-changing transformation. Nature and animals mutated into ferocious monsters, wreaking havoc and endangering humanity. Amid the chaos, humans began to evolve as well. Some discovered a natural talent for cultivating the new energy, rising to become superhuman, the protectors of humanity. Simulation operation direction, gradually put a new threat against humanity to the edge of extinction after spiritual chi awakening. Simulation goal, guide the simulated person in mastering spiritual chi. The simulation begins. As the final system notification echoed in his mind, Hengsheng felt an invisible force pulling him away. His consciousness blurred, fading into an endless void before everything went completely dark. Year 1996. A birth. The cries of a newborn echoed through the hospital room. Samuel Barlow had entered the world. His mother, Maria Barlow, lay exhausted yet smiling, her trembling hands cradling her fragile son. Beside her, Eddie Barlow stood still, overwhelmed by emotions he couldn't quite put into words. "He has your eyes," Eddie murmured, gently brushing his son's tiny fingers. Warmth, security. The rhythmic beat of his mother's heart. It was also familiar yet distant. Deep within, Samuel's newborn consciousness stirred. Who? The fleeting thought dissolved, swallowed by the instincts of infancy. Year 2001. Age 5. The world was vast, but Samuel was faster. He dashed across the park, laughing as the wind tousled his messy blonde hair. "Catch me if you can," he shouted at his best friend, Michael, the neighbor's kid. Curiosity defined him. He was always asking questions, always climbing too high, always running ahead. His parents often called him a little troublemaker, yet his quick wit and boundless energy made him more endearing than exhausting. At home, his fascination with discovery and the universe grew. His father, an engineer at a tech company, often told him stories of humanity's advancements, from the first spark of fire to the Wright brothers' struggle to conquer the skies. Samuel would listen, wide-eyed, absorbing every word. One day, he declared, his voice full of conviction, "I want to be remembered like these people too." His parents chuckled, unaware of just how deep that ambition ran. Year 2011. Age 15. The teenage years brought arrogance, ambition, and an unshakable confidence. Samuel thrived on challenging authority, questioning rules, and finding loopholes just for the fun of it. His sharp mind and natural charisma made him both admired and insufferable. Teachers saw potential, his friends saw a daredevil. "Sam, I swear, if you get detention again," a broken bar, Michael groaned, watching his friend lean back in his chair with a grin. "It's not my fault Mr. Langford doesn't appreciate creative problem solving," Samuel shrugged. "Creative? You rewrote the test questions and told him your answers were technically correct." Samuel only smirked. Chaos was his playground. Yet beneath the mischief, there was a growing restlessness. He felt his life was too boring. There was nothing left for him to explore around here. Everything visible had already been studied except the universe beyond in the sky, or the small things like microbiology, the Standard Model, and the quantum field, which were beyond his understanding for now. Year 2016. Age 20. The lecture hall buzzed with low murmurs as students settled into their seats, but Samuel barely noticed. His focus was on the equations sprawled across his notebook, lines of theoretical physics, quantum mechanics, and cosmology, all fighting for dominance in his mind. "All right, class," Professor Alden's voice cut through the noise. "Today, we explore the concept of quantum superposition and its implications in the many worlds interpretation." Samuel's eyes lit up. He lived for the mysteries of the universe, the pursuit of knowledge beyond human limitations. "Imagine," the professor continued, "that at this very moment, infinite versions of yourself exist, each making different choices, each experiencing a different reality." Samuel's hand shot up. "Then wouldn't that mean our perception of time is fundamentally flawed? If quantum states exist simultaneously, doesn't that challenge our very definition of cause and effect?" A few students groaned. Michael, who had chosen the same university as Samuel, smirked beside him. "Here we go again," Professor Alden chuckled. "Ah, Mr. Barlow, always ready to challenge the foundations of physics. Well, that's what science is about, isn't it? Testing, questioning, discovering. Samuel grinned. He thrived in this environment. Where others memorized formulas for exams, he dissected them, searching for hidden truths. Where others saw limits, he saw possibilities. His ambition wasn't just to understand the universe. He wanted to leave a mark on it, to be remembered as a great person in the history of humanity like Einstein and Hawking. Outside of class, he spent hours buried in research papers, experimenting with theoretical models, and debating with professors over the nature of reality. His professors admired his brilliancy, although some found his relentless questioning exhausting. "You need to slow down, Sam," Michael sighed as they walked across campus one evening. "Not everything has to be a mystery waiting to be solved." "That's where you're wrong," Samuel replied, staring up at the night sky. "Everything is a mystery. We just haven't asked the right questions yet." As the stars shone above, Samuel felt a deep yearning inside him. Year 2020, age 24. At first, it was subtle. Samuel noticed it the moment he woke up one morning, feeling a broken bar different, clearer, stronger. The exhaustion that had clung to him throughout his university years had vanished overnight. His mind was sharper, his reflexes quicker. When he stretched, his body felt lighter, and more responsive, as if something unseen was coursing through his veins. But it wasn't just him. As he walked through campus, he overheard excited whispers. "My grandpa stood up on his own this morning. The doctors said his muscles shouldn't even work anymore. My eyesight's never been this good. I can see all the way to the clock tower from here. My chronic back pain is just a broken bar gone." Hospitals were the first to notice. Terminally ill patients miraculously recovered. Paraplegics walked again. Doctors and scientists scrambled for explanations, but no medical theory could account for what was happening. News outlets reported it as the global miracle. Samuel had his own theories. "There's something in the air," he muttered, staring at his hand. Something was there, something new, a presence that had never existed before. "It's like a broken bar. The universal law is changing." And it was. Over the following weeks, subtle changes became undeniable. People found themselves with more stamina, better focus, and heightened instincts. Athletes shattered world records overnight. Ordinary people displayed feats of strength and agility once thought impossible. At first, it seemed like a blessing, until the animals began to change. Birds flew in tighter, more coordinated flocks, their eyes gleaming with unnatural intelligence. Wild animals, once wary of humans, began watching them or studying them. Pets grew restless, pacing as if sensing something their owners could not. Then came the first reports of aggression. Nothing major at first, just an unusual number of dog bites, and a few missing livestock. City dwellers barely noticed, but in rural areas, farmers spoke in hushed voices about the eerie silence in the forests. Something was shifting. Samuel could feel it in his bones. The world is changing. And this was only the beginning. Year 2021, age 25. The world had changed, and humanity was struggling to keep up. It started with the animals. At first, the transformations were subtly minor increases in size, heightened aggression, and sharper instincts. But as the years passed, evolution accelerated beyond anything seen before. Wolves, once apex predators of the forests, had grown to the size of horses, their fur taking on a metallic sheen, rendering them impervious to conventional bullets. Their eyes glowed with an eerie light, hinting at an intelligence beyond that of ordinary beasts. They no longer merely hunted, they strategized, setting up ambushes, and working in packs with terrifying coordination. Jaguars, sleek and deadly, moved like living shadows. They could leap dozens of meters in a single bound, their enhanced musculature allowing them to run vertically up walls. Their claws are shredded through reinforced steel like paper. Where once they had been silent hunters of the rainforest, they now claimed entire territories as their own, allowing no human to trespass. Even creatures once thought harmless has become something else entirely. Deer, once the prey of the wild, were no longer defenseless. They had grown larger, and more agile, their muscles dense with unnatural power. Some could outrun sports cars, dashing over 100 miles per hour in a blur of movement. Their antlers, hardened like reinforced stone, could tear through vehicles as if they were made of glass. Yet, despite these terrifying changes, the animals did not actively wage war against humanity. They did not descend into mindless violence. Instead, they adapted. They grew stronger, smarter, and more territorial. They had evolved. For most humans, life still carried on, cities remained intact, roads still bustled with traffic, and businesses adapted. The real threat wasn't the beasts of the land. It was something much smaller. It was the insects. The first major incident happened in a rural town in Argentina. A farmer had gone missing, only for his remains to be found days later, stripped to the bone. The culprit? Ants. Thousands of them, now the size of a human hand, swarming in patterns too coordinated to be natural. Then came the locusts. Entire farmlands were devoured overnight. The crops turned to dust as massive locusts swept through in an unstoppable wave. Livestock followed next, their cries echoing into the night before vanishing forever. The governments took action. Bullets worked at first, and flamethrowers, pesticides, and explosives wiped out entire colonies, but the insects evolved. With each failed extermination, they returned stronger. Their shells hardened, their movements became faster, and their numbers never seemed to dwindle. In just 1 year, humanity learned a terrible truth: guns, once the ultimate equalizer, are not enough. Panic spread. Cities built fortifications, civilians armed themselves with whatever they could find, and military forces waged desperate battles against swarms that only grew deadlier with time. The war against the insects had begun. As the world fought for survival, governments pooled their resources, forming elite research teams to uncover the cause of the transformation. Among them was Samuel Barlow, a rising star in the scientific community and the first to detect the unseen force responsible for everything. The air itself has changed, Samuel explained to the Global Crisis Summit, standing before the world's top leaders. An energy, a force that was never discovered before and now flows through every living being. It strengthens, mutates, and accelerates evolution. I call it our broken bar natural energy. His discovery changed everything. Natural energy was the source of Earth's transformation, the reason humans grew stronger, the reason animals mutated, and the reason natural phenomena became increasingly unpredictable. But the real question was a how. Samuel and his team delved deep into the study of natural energy, seeking to understand its effects on animals and, more importantly, how to neutralize the mutation process before it spiraled beyond control. However, progress was slow. Only a handful of individuals could even perceive the energy, making research difficult and unreliable. Still, their efforts were not in vain. Samuel discovered that animals weren't just changing, they were actively absorbing natural energy to strengthen themselves. It wasn't a passive adaptation but a deliberate evolution. With this discovery, Samuel has a new question: can humans do the same thing as animals? With that thought, Samuel started to experiment with natural energy with his own body. Samuel's experiments began cautiously. At first, he focused solely on sensing the energy and meditating for hours, attuning himself to the subtle shifts in the air. It was elusive, like trying to grasp smoke with his bare hands. But over time, he felt something. A pulse, a current flowing through everything around him. Then came the breakthrough. One night, after months of trial and error, Samuel finally succeeded in drawing natural energy into his body. The moment it happened, a surge of warmth flooded his veins. His senses sharpened. His fatigue vanished. Year 2022, age 26. By now, Samuel and his team had classified natural energy into distinct tiers of influence. While all living beings absorbed it instinctively, only a rare few possessed a natural affinity, allowing them to control and manipulate it with precision. Governments scrambled to harness this newfound power. Military programs were established, training camps formed, and elite soldiers are now referred to as enhanced humans armed them with the most high-tech weapons. Their behavior were deployed to combat the ever-growing insect threat. But the insects were evolving as well. Ordinary swarms had transformed into nightmarish horrors, some reaching the size of lions, their exoskeletons nearly impenetrable. New species emerged, each more terrifying than the last, camouflaged predators that struck from the shadows, creatures secreting corrosive acid, and even those capable of unleashing electromagnetic pulses to disable human technology. It became a war for dominion over Earth itself. For humanity, the only path to survival was further evolution. Samuel was no longer just a scientist, he had become a warrior. Years of absorbing natural energy had drastically transformed him. His physique had surpassed human limitations, his mind processed information at unimaginable speeds, and most importantly he had mastered the art of natural energy manipulation. He was the first to step beyond the threshold of an enhanced human and gained a superpower. He was the first meta-human. His name became a legend among warriors as the sun gaze. By condensing natural energy within his body and releasing it through his eyes, Samuel could unleash a blinding lance of golden energy, a beam of pure destruction capable of vaporizing even the most monstrous of insects. With his overwhelming power, he led countless victories in humanity's struggle for survival. Just as the tide seemed to turn, another catastrophe struck her, one that did not come from the land or sky, but from the depths of the ocean. It started with small anomalies. Fishing boats vanished without a trace. Deep-sea sonar detected massive, unidentifiable life forms lurking far below. Coastal towns reported eerie sightings of shadows moving unnaturally beneath the water's surface. Then came the first attack. A tsunami engulfed the shores of Japan, not caused by an earthquake, but by something far worse, a colossal, mutated leviathan. A nightmare of twisted evolution. Its armored scales glistened beneath the ruined skyline, its monstrous claws gouging deep trenches into the earth. As it emerged from the sea, raw, concentrated natural energy warped the air around it. And it wasn't alone. Across the world, the oceans churned with unnatural activity. Gigantic horrors began surfacing, titanic crustaceans with crushing pincers, razor-toothed serpents the size of skyscrapers, monstrous jellyfish whose tendrils crackled with bioelectric fury. The sea itself had turned against humanity. Year 2025, age 29. The war against the unknown had reached its breaking point. At first, humanity responded with overwhelming firepower. Hypersonic missiles, and others the pinnacle of military technology, proved devastating against the monstrous creatures emerging from the depths. Warships and aircraft rained destruction upon the sea, pushing back the initial assaults. For a time, victory seemed possible. But the monsters endured. No matter how much firepower was thrown at them, they continued to grow stronger as time passed. Their bodies became increasingly resistant to heat, impact, and sheer force. Their flesh hardened into dense, armor-like scales, and their sheer size and power escalated beyond anything humanity had seen before. The second year of the war saw the first definitive loss. Entire fleets were destroyed, their wreckage swallowed by the sea. Faced with the threat of extinction, the world turned to the ultimate weapon. Tactical nuclear strikes were authorized. The ocean burned, massive explosions vaporizing entire regions. Once again, humanity felt hope. If the planet's deadliest weapon couldn't stop them, nothing could. The ocean grew silent, eerily so. For months, no new attacks came. Some dared to believe the threat had been eliminated. Governments focused on rebuilding, soldiers returned home. But anyone with a shred of intelligence knew better. If the creatures had survived nuclear annihilation, then nothing in humanity's arsenal could stop them. Their return was not a question of if, but when. And when they did, they would be stronger. The end was no longer a distant fear, it was an inevitability. But in the face of crisis, evolution answered. Samuel had been the first, but he was no longer alone. Others had begun to awaken, their bodies attuned to the ever-present force of natural energy. These new beings, dubbed meta-humans, possessed abilities beyond scientific understanding. Some wielded the elements, others displayed superhuman strength, and a rare few could even bend reality itself. More than soldiers, they were humanity's last hope. Governments formed elite units and deployed meta-humans to the front lines against the monstrous threats. These warriors became the new weapons of war, pushing back against the tide. And yet, amidst them all, Samuel remained unmatched due to the overwhelming quantity of natural energy he had contained. For years, he had dominated the battlefield. The sun gaze, his golden energy beam, had incinerated creatures no weapon could touch. His body had transcended human limits, so faster, stronger, and more resilient than any other meta-human. But there was a problem. He had reached his peak. His body had absorbed all the natural energy it could contain. No matter how many battles he fought or how much energy he gathered, he could no longer grow stronger. Others continued to evolve, their powers increasing with time, but Samuel remained the same. And the war was not slowing down. He had seen it firsthand. The creatures weren't just growing stronger physically, they were becoming tougher, their raw power increasing at a terrifying pace. Samuel knew that if he stayed stagnant, he would eventually be surpassed by the monster or even other meta-humans. But he was no ordinary meta-human. He had spent years studying natural energy, unraveling its mysteries. And now, he had found the answer. Absorption was not the final step of evolution. To transcend his limits, he had to do something different. Year 2026, age 30. The world had long struggled against invasions from mutant creatures, particularly the relentless waves of insects. But with the emergence of meta-humans, the tides have turned. Losses dwindled, humanity adapted, and fragile stability settled over the planet. Progress surged forward. Scientists discovered new elements and materials, their properties defying conventional physics. Mutant trees and plants imbued with natural energy flourished, their wood harder than steel, their leaves brimming with untapped potential. For the first time in years, the world seemed to be heading in the right direction. Yet, Samuel remained unsatisfied. The war had forced him to his limits, and he refused to remain stagnant. For an entire year, he pushed himself beyond exhaustion, searching for a way to evolve. He succeeded. By harnessing natural energy at the deepest level, he refined his body down to its very cells, triggering a transformation unlike anything before. He transcended the boundaries of meta-human and stepped into an entirely new stage, mega-human. His strength multiplied tenfold. His body became a living fortress, more durable, faster, and more powerful than ever before. His abilities sharpened. His golden energy beam, once a simple linear attack, now moved with his will, twisting midair to strike with impossible precision. His control had reached perfection. But not everyone celebrated his evolution. With the world stabilizing, the ruling class turned its wary gaze toward him. Samuel was no longer just a hero, he was a force beyond their control. A being so powerful, so unpredictable, that even the leaders of nations feared what he could become. To them, stability was fragile. And a man like him, he was a threat to the balance they had fought so hard to maintain. Year 2030, age 34. 10 years had passed since the emergence of natural energy reshaped the world. Humanity had adapted, but not without cost. The global population had been halved, with half the world's nations erased, their lands overrun by mutant creatures. What remained of civilization had stabilized, and technology advanced in new directions, harnessing natural energy as an endless power source. By all logic, the world should have been a better place. But it wasn't. A new conflict had emerged, not against monsters, but among humans themselves. Governments and non-affinity individuals sought to regulate the evolution of enhanced humans and meta-humans, imposing restrictions to halt their growth. What began as policies and laws soon escalated into oppression. Some nations developed specialized weapons to hunt their own meta-humans, using hostages, coercion, or outright force to bend them into tools of the state. And it wasn't just ordinary humans who harbored hostility. In certain regions, particularly under authoritarian rule, powerful meta-humans had seized control, overthrowing governments and establishing their own reigns. This only deepened the paranoia of other world leaders, who now viewed their own meta-humans as ticking time bombs. Surveillance tightened, trust eroded, and an invisible war began brewing. Samuel was among the most closely monitored individuals. As one of the few mega-humans of the rare beings who had surpassed even meta-humans, he was not just powerful. He was the first and strongest of them all. His parents, once ordinary civilians, were now under the government's protection. Through Samuel knew the truth. They were hostages in everything but name, a safeguard to ensure his loyalty. He had no intention of betraying his country, but their actions left a bitter taste in his mouth. Still, he played along. At the very least, their so-called protection ensured his parents lived in comfort, away from threats. He rarely spoke to the president, but when he did, it was only for one reason: to remind him to make sure that he would keep his family safe. Year 2032, age 36. For years, humanity had feared the return of the sea monsters, but no one expected them to come as an organized force. They struck without warning. One moment, the oceans were calmer, then the tides roared to life. A global tsunami, towering higher than skyscrapers, surged inland, swallowing entire cities in mere seconds. Millions perished before emergency systems could even sound the alarm. No nation was spared. This was not a mindless disaster. It was a declaration of war, and at its center stood a nightmare-given form of the sea dragon. This was no mere beast. Unlike the monstrosities that had plagued humanity before, this creature was aware. Its intelligence rivaled the greatest human minds, and its power dwarfed even that of Samuel, the strongest mega-human alive. Towering above the waves, its scales gleamed like living metal, reflecting the lightning storms it conjured at will. The very ocean obeyed its commands, shifting and rising at its slightest whim. Nations fell in a single night. The strongest fleets were reduced to scrap metal, torn apart by water sharper than steel. Cities vanished beneath the waves as the creature summoned whirlpools that swallowed entire metropolises. Even nuclear strikes failed her. Whenever humanity launched an attack, the sea dragon raised towering walls of water, shielding itself before the bombs could detonate. The world's defenses crumbled. There was only one option left. Samuel Barlow, the strongest human alive, stood alone against the coming tide. The battle lasted 7 days and 7 nights. Samuel met the sea dragon in the heart of the storm, where the sky bled fire, and the ocean churned with enough force to crack the seafloor. Their first clash split the heavens as his sun gaze met the dragon's tidal blast, colliding in an explosion that vaporized miles of ocean. The world watched in horror as its greatest warrior faced an enemy beyond comprehension. Every exchange reshaped the battlefield. The force of their strikes shattered islands. Tidal waves the size of mountains crashed into continents, altering coastlines forever. Samuel fought without rest, his power burning like an unyielding star, but the sea dragon was relentless. For every wound he inflicted, the beast retaliated with twice the fury. By the 6th day, Samuel was faltering. His body pushed beyond its limits was failing him. His once unstoppable sun gaze flickered, struggling to gather energy. Blood stained the ocean, his wounds refusing to heal against the suffocating force of the abyss. And the sea dragon knew. It spoke here a human word, its voice rumbling through the very depths of the sea. You are strong, but not enough. The 7th day arrived. The final clash. Summoning the last of his strength, Samuel pushed past his limits, ascending beyond mega-human, into something greater, superhuman. In that instant, he became the sea dragon's equal. He gathered the raw power of the sun itself, forging his ultimate attacker, one capable of incinerating an entire continent. The sea dragon roared in defiance, summoning the full weight of the ocean to crush him. A final explosion consumed the battlefield, creating a large hole in the middle of the ocean, as if drilling through the earth and going down into the underworld. And then a silence. When the storm cleared, the ocean was still. The sea dragon was gone. Samuel had won, but at a terrible cost. His body, once unbreakably, was barely holding together. Before anyone could find him, before the world could celebrate his victory, he vanished. Many believed he had died alongside the sea dragon, swallowed by the abyss. But the truth was far more mysterious. Samuel Barlow had disappeared from the face of the earth. Year 2036, age 40. Samuel Barlow opened his eyes. The battle with the sea dragon had left him broken, his body barely holding together. Yet, against all odds, he had survived. But where was he? The sky was gone. There was no sun, no stars, only an eerie luminescence radiating from strange minerals embedded in the cavernous ceiling above. The air was thick with rich natural energy, and the land stretched endlessly before him, teeming with bizarre vegetation and creatures unlike anything he had ever seen. It took him days to fully grasp the truth. This was not the surface world. He had fallen into the underworld of the hollow earth hidden beneath the planet's crust. At first, he sought a way back, but there was none. The cavern ceiling was impossibly vast, an unbreakable barrier between this world and the surface. He could have used his power to force his way through, but the sheer force could trigger a catastrophe above. Millions could die. That was a risk he refused to take. So instead, he chose to explore. The hollow earth was unlike anything he had ever encountered. The natural energy here was denser, stronger than anything on the surface. Strange plants thrived on glowing minerals, radiating power. Beasts roamed with abilities far beyond those of surface creatures. Even the air itself pulsed with life. It was a land of untapped potential. Samuel had already ascended beyond mega-human, becoming superhuman. But he knew he was not invincible. There would be another, like a sea dragon, emerging in the future. He needed to evolve further, and this place here, Broken Bar, this place was an opportunity. Then, he made a discovery that changed everything. Ancient ruins, scattered remnants of an ancient civilization, their structures long abandoned yet filled with traces of intelligence. At first, he believed he was alone, that this was an uninhabited realm. But the ruins told a different story. Carvings, relics, and forgotten texts revealed a shocking truth. Earth was never meant to be a planet. Long ago, it was part of a cultivation realm connected to a vast cultivation world where people pursued eternal life. But then, a powerful cultivator, one so strong he could cut entire worlds apart, severed this land from the realm. He reshaped it into a planet and hid himself deep within its core. And for what? To hide and guard a treasure of unimaginable value. Samuel followed the remnants of this lost civilization deeper into the hollow earth, piecing together its history. Eventually, he uncovered the full truth. An ancient cultivator, the true owner of this planet, failed to advance to the next level of the cultivation realm, a Broken Bar, and died here. But before he perished, he left behind his life's work, a legacy of knowledge, techniques, and artifacts. And Samuel had inherited it all. For the next 4 years, he studied, trained, and decoded the ancient texts. He learned the ways of cultivation, but quickly realized something disturbing. His path was completely different. Cultivators refined their mind, body, and soul, preparing to ascend toward the Tao and attain immortality. But Samuel, a Broken Bar, he wasn't even sure a soul was real. His power didn't stem from mystical forces or spiritual enlightenment. It came from the evolution of his humanness, his very existence breaking through the limits of humanity itself. His progress was instinctive, biological, and scientific, rather than mystical or spiritual. By the time he fully grasped the cultivation system, it was already too late to change. He had already reached the realm that cultivators called Stage 4 Mortal, the 4th stage out of the 9 mortal realms, the first great realms of Tao path before a mortal could become immortal. If he wanted to advance further, a Broken Bar, he could no longer rely on traditional cultivation methods. There was only one path left. His own. Year 2040, age 44. It had been 8 years since Samuel Barlow fell into the hollow earth. He had spent his time cultivating natural energy, or as the cultivators of other places called it, spiritual chi. During the 4th year, he had tried to strengthen his mind and soul, just as traditional cultivators did. But he failed. It was impossible without a proper foundation. Yet, he refused to be discouraged. Instead of following the ancient methods, he forged his own path, creating a foundation that was uniquely his. Though it was far later than normal for a cultivator, it was possible. Years passed. More years followed. After 2 more years, he succeeded in creating his own cultivation system to advance to the next realm. After another 2 years, he broke through. The limits of superhuman were shattered. He had evolved into something beyond human comprehension, a hyperhuman. His power was no longer what people of Earth could imagine. Even nuclear weapons paled in comparison. Given enough time, he could erase the entire planet in a week. With his newfound power, there was nothing left for him to take in the hollow earth. The only resource of value was the high density of spiritual chi. It was time to return. Floating above the ground, Samuel rose toward the cavern ceiling. With a thought, a thin golden beam shot from his eyes, piercing through rock and soil, cutting through layers of the planet with precision. The beam reached the surface in mere moments. Then, his body dissolved into light particles, vanishing from the hollow earth. In an instant, he reappeared above the ocean, not far from the west coast. Without hesitation, he flew toward land, his heart pounding with anticipation. Would his home still be there? The moment he set foot on land, his excitement turned to horror. The world was a broken bar, empty. There were no humans in sight. At first, he assumed it was due to the sea dragon's attacker. Perhaps humanity had simply moved inland, away from the coasts. But the deeper he traveled into the continent, the more his unease grew. There were animals, insects, and even signs of nature reclaiming the cities. But no people. His frown deepened. This was unnatural. Pushing forward, he eventually reached the capital city on the other side of the country. It was here that he finally found traces of human activity, hidden bunkers, underground tunnels, and signs of life lurking in the shadows. Following these clues, he eventually discovered a group of survivors, hidden deep beneath the ruins. He landed before them, his presence radiating overwhelming power. They were terrified. But he didn't care. What happened to the world? He demanded. What he learned shattered him. After he killed the sea dragon, the world returned to peace. For 3 years, humanity thrived once more. But then a broken bar they came. A group of powerful dragons, descended from the stars, had arrived on Earth. They were the Dragon Clan, the primordial demon clan. They had come to retrieve the sea dragon, their kin. But the sea dragon was dead, and they were furious. Their vengeance began immediately. First, they hunted down every single evolved human, slaughtering them one by one. Then, they sank an entire continent of Australia into the ocean, wiping out 100 million lives in an instant. In a desperate bid for survival, the world government attempted to negotiate their proposal. They offered up Samuel's parents and friends as a sacrifice, hoping to appease the Dragon Clan. Samuel wasn't there. So, the dragons accepted the offering instead. Before the eyes of every human on Earth, they tortured and executed his loved ones in the most horrific way imaginable. And then, they left. With no evolved humans left to protect them, humanity crumbled. Not long after that, the world is overrun by mutants and civilization is collapsing. Samuel stood in silence. The truth weighed on him like a mountain. Everything he had sacrificed, everything he had fought for, was for nothing. He had given up everything to protect humanity, a broken bar. And in return, they had betrayed him. His body trembled, not from exhaustion, but from rage. The humans who stood before him watched in fear as his golden eyes burned with hatred. You sold out my family, my friends, all for your own survival. His voice was calm but colder than the void of space. They begged for mercy, but there was none left in him. Without another word, his eyes glow with golden light, once a light of hope, but now a light of destruction. As he unleashes his power, in a single moment, every survivor here was erased. Not a scream, not a body, just ashes in the wind. That day, Samuel abandoned humanity. Year 2096, age 100. Samuel Barlow, once a champion of Earth, now stood on the moon, looking down at the planet he had burned. The land was covered in blazing marks, his marks. After learning the fate of his parents and friends, he was shattered. He was part of the reason they met such a horrible end. His tears still came when he thought about them, and then anger followed. Anger at himself for how foolish he had been. Foolish to dedicate his entire life to protecting and wanting to be recognized by humanity. Foolish for not being there when it mattered. Foolish for thinking that leaving them with others' care could keep them safe. Fate had been cruel. If spiritual chi had never appeared, maybe things would have been different. But there was no if. He couldn't change anything, not even as an Omega human, a stage 8 mortal, as someone whose power could shatter planets or could turn back time. He had already destroyed Earth's surface. Now, he would erase it entirely. His next goal was set: destroy the planet, take the immortals' treasure, find the cultivation realm, and get his revenge on the Dragon Clan. Samuel took one last look at Earth before his eyes glowed with golden light. A beam as vast as a mountain shot forth, piercing the planet's core. The surface cracked, and magma surging through the fractures. The core trembled, unable to withstand the force. Boom. The earth broke apart. Samuel didn't care. His focus was on the treasure hidden within the core. As the planet crumbled, a brilliant red jadestone emerged, an immortal treasure, a high rank one as that. He floated forward into the space, reaching for it. Ding. Simulation end. His consciousness faded. Hengsheng opened his eyes, which were different from the usual. No, it was not Lan Hengsheng. Samuel Barlow opened his eyes. He was silent and observed the surrounding area. The demon beasts lay around snoring lightly, and the grey cat, with various colors of fur, was on his lap. Then he laughed softly, tears welling up in his eyes. Ha ha ha. It's a good thing my life isn't real. It's a good thing it's not real, so I can let go without regret. After his words ended, his eyes changed once more. This time, it was Lan Hengsheng. His eyes were wide with fear. He had completely lost himself. He takes a deep breath before trying to gather his senses. If not for Samuel's persona, let him go. He had definitely been overwritten. The effect of this simulator was terrifying. He did not expect Samuel to reach that height in just 100 years on newly planet that just awakened spiritual chi and had no cultivation legacy at all. Even here, on the Golden Pillar continent, the most talented young individuals with divine grade cores could only reach the true body realm in such a short time. Hengsheng exhaled slowly, his mind drifting back to the simulation of Samuel Barlow's life here, his experiences, his knowledge, the bonds he had forged with others. All of it was now embedded in his thoughts. And yet, despite its presence, he no longer felt any deep attachment to it. Not after Samuel was gone. It took him some time to completely assimilate Samuel's memories and experiences, after which he felt that his mind and spirit had become much stronger. What a wonderful experience, Hengsheng murmured, his tone surprisingly calm. Well, I'll count it as a success. Then he allowed himself a quiet sense of satisfaction. He had come close to being overwritten, but by some stroke of luck, he had made Samuel's personality traits similar to his. They do not harm anyone without a good enough reason. Despite his actions of later years seems a bit extreme to him, but it was understandable. He might do the same if it was him. If he had been careless and chosen to make Samuel an evil character, he would have been consumed and erased from existence. At first, when he created this simulation, he only wanted to know how people of the earth would react if spiritual chi suddenly appeared on earth, and whether they could cultivate it even without a spirit core. But he didn't want to be too cruel and give humans a special sense of spiritual chi perception in the form of spiritual chi affinity. Hengsheng recalled Samuel's cultivation, a method that defied everything he had known. He had never imagined spiritual chi could be cultivated in a way other than what he understood. Samuel's approach was radical, targeting human DNA itself, a form of cultivation aimed at altering the very essence of the race, not simply a bloodline. It was a breathtaking concept for Hengsheng, one that stretched the boundaries of his imagination. He had heard of powerful bloodlines among certain clans, but they were still human at their core. Samuel's method, on the other hand, was like rewriting evolution itself, a rewiring the foundation of humanity. Yet, for all its wonders, it wasn't without flaws. The lack of diversity in spiritual chi usage was one such drawback. Everything was focused on strengthening the body and unlocking superhuman abilities at the genetic level. The last drawback: people decided not to become metahuman because they will not be able to have or have difficulty having children with normal humans. Hengsheng wanted to keep Samuel's cultivation method for himself. He believed it could make him stand out from others of his generation, or perhaps even grant him the strength to fight across cultivation realms. However, due to the constraints of cause and effect, he couldn't recall the method's details. Without hesitation, he activated the life simulation system, ready to claim his reward. He noticed that only 10 minutes passed after he entered life simulation mode. Ding. Simulation result, SSS rank. Due to your exceptional performance, you may select 3 out of 5 A rank rewards. Path of genetic evolution cultivation method, incomplete. 10 drops of enlightenment due. Samuel Barlow's complete knowledge and insight in a professional field. The sun gaze genetic trait. Hollow Earth legacy insight. Hengsheng's eyes flickered with excitement. A rank was the highest tier award available in life simulation mode at the moment, and he had been incredibly lucky this time. Normally, The system only allowed him to choose 1 out of 5 options, but thanks to Samuel's outstanding performance, he was granted 3 choices. Each option was exceptional, and any one of them was worthy of being a top-tier reward. Without hesitation, Hengsheng selected Path of Genetic Evolution Cultivation Method, Incomplete, and the Sun Gaze Genetic Trait. The first one was an absolute must, but the second had truly caught his attention. He vividly remembered the feeling when Samuel unleashed his superpower. It was overwhelmingly strong, and even at the first awakening it was comparable even to top-tier Earth-grade Qi techniques. Based on his knowledge, humans typically had only one superpower, which would continue strengthening as they ranked up. However, there were rare exceptions: human chimeras. These were individuals with 2 sets of DNA, an abnormality that granted them the potential to possess 2 distinct superpowers. Even in the meta-human community, such cases are exceedingly rare. Only 100 documented instances exist on Earth. If he claimed this reward, he would be able to inherit Samuel's superpower. Later, through the cultivation of his race, he could awaken his own unique ability. That meant he would possess 2 superpowers, both of which would grow stronger alongside him. Growth-type powers were rare and highly sought after, making this an incredible opportunity. Suppressing his excitement, Hengsheng took a deep breath and focused. He still had one more reward to choose. The first option, 10 drops of enlightenment dew, was a Tao treasure that Samuel had discovered within the ruins of Hollow Earth. It was one of the key reasons why Samuel had advanced so quickly in cultivation. It had propelled him into the enlightenment stage and greatly enhanced his Tao comprehension. Even in the Golden Pillar continent, such a treasure was priceless. A powerhouse at the Lan Clan patriarch's level would fight tooth and nail for even a single drop. But for Hengsheng, right now, this treasure would be wasted on him. He lacked the foundation to unleash its full potential. It was best used on someone who had already formed a Tao seed, so he decided to pass on it. Next was Hollow Earth Legacy Insight, a literal immortal realm cultivator's inheritance. Any other cultivator would have taken it in a heartbeat. This wasn't just a first-rate sect's legacy, it was something on par with, or even superior to, the overlords of the Golden Pillar continent. This was no ordinary inheritance. The one who left it behind had cut through the constraints of cultivation realms and forged an entirely new plan to a feat even a true immortal could not achieve easily. Yet, Hengsheng barely hesitated before shaking his head. He didn't need it. He had confidence in his own cultivation path. He had confidence in his system. With it, he believed he could reach immortality without relying on someone else's legacy. That left only one choice. For Hengsheng, the most valuable reward wasn't a treasure, nor an immortal's inheritance. In this cultivation world, there was no such thing as scientific or physical knowledge. Treasures? He would find plenty along his journey. True immortal inheritances? This continent had dozens of them. But true knowledge? That was rare. With his mind made up, he selected his final reward. Ding! You have obtained the selected rewards. A moment later, a sharp pain shot through Hengsheng's body. Ah! He cried out, gritting his teeth. Arlet Yuntsu, who had been curled up on his lap, perked up in alarm. Meow! Hengsheng forced a smile through the pain. I'm okay, sweetie. Meow! Broken Bar Yuntsu let out a long, doubtful cry, clearly not believing him. She began licking his arm, as if trying to comfort him, worried he was still hurt from skinning himself earlier. Hengsheng, however, had a good guess as to why he was in pain. The sun gaze trait was integrating into his body. Soon, the pain gradually subsided, and his body began to recover. As the discomfort faded, Hengsheng noticed 2 new pieces of knowledge had appeared in his mind. The complete knowledge of Samuel Barlow. Curious, he skimmed through it. It was incredible. For someone who had never studied deep scientific fields in his previous life, this was a goldmine. Samuel had held multiple Ph.D.S., and now, all of that expertise was his. This knowledge significantly broadened his way of thinking, giving him insights he never would have imagined before. Excited, Hengsheng quickly opened his main system interface to check if his new trait had successfully registered. Ding! Special traits, mind space, super spirit body, vast meridian, 512 512, the sun-gaze genetic. Bingo! Hengsheng almost jumped in excitement. He really wanted to test it out right away, but he forced himself to calm down as he didn't want to disrupt the peaceful demon beasts around him. Now that everything was settled and his system was back online, it was time to return to his Lan Clan base to prepare for his breakthrough. But not before taking revenge on that damn monster that ate his foot. Hengsheng and Yunsu stood on the rim of the divine tree's aura, about to leave, when a group of demon beasts roared as if they were trying to stop him, or whether to prevent him from committing suicide or simply to avoid unnecessary trouble. He wasn't sure, but it didn't matter, because he had already decided to face the monster. He stepped forward, and the moment his leg touched the ground outside the divine tree's aura, it was as if the monster had instantly prepared for him. One of the small monsters, barely a meter in size, had been hiding within the cracks of the earth nearby, and the moment he moved, it suddenly leapt at him. Hengsheng, already prepared, released a small amount of Tao Heart's power from his sea of thought, and as a result, his spiritual chi resonated with heaven and earth. Seeing the small monster rushing toward him, he attacked first, striking before it could reach him. World Shatter Palm. A powerful chi palm shot out from his hand, flying at a speed beyond anything he could do before, slamming into the monster and shattering its body. Hengsheng kept his focus on the broken pieces, watching closely to see if they could still recover. But what he saw was its body turning black, its remains slowly dissipating into the air. Hengsheng smirked. His Tao Heart's power could really kill it. Wasting no more time, he turned his gaze toward the distance, where other monsters had begun to emerge slowly from the gaps in the earth, and among them, the biggest one was finally coming. Without hesitation, Hengsheng tucked Yunsu inside his robe and leapt straight into the monster horde. He attacked them one by one. He also tried his new power, his eyes shining with the golden light at the monsters, but nothing happened. No burning, no destruction. Scam. He resumes his usual style, spamming his chi palm. Pack. Without the ability to regenerate, the smaller creatures would not be able to withstand his attacks. Soon after, all the smaller monsters died, even before the big monster fully emerged from the ground. The big one, watching him with its 100 eerie eyes, became furious. Letting out a high-pitched roar, it sent out a shockwave strong enough to make Hengsheng's ears ache, and at the same moment, it launched its massive body at him. With terrifying speed, Hengsheng reacted instantly, gathering his chi and firing a chi cannon. Boom! The massive explosion engulfed the monster midair, sending chunks of its grotesque form flying in all directions. It let out a deep, guttural roar, the pain evident in its voice, but instead of dying, it slowly regenerated, its torn flesh knitting back together at an agonizingly slow pace. Hengsheng frowned. His Tao Heart's power wasn't enough to finish it off, but as he watched, he noticed something important. It was regenerating slower than before. Not willing to wait for it to fully recover, Hengsheng sent a barrage of chi cannons straight at the monster. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions rocked the battlefield, the sheer force of his continuous attacks keeping the monster from moving. Yet as he continued hammering it down, he noticed something else. It was getting weaker. At the same time, the demon beasts within the divine tree's aura seemed to have realized what he was doing, for they began to roar in unison, their cries echoing like a battle chant as if cheering him on. Boom, boom, boom. Hengsheng didn't stop. He continued firing chi cannons non-stop, his attacks raining down mercilessly. The monster's body kept exploding, kept reforming, but with each cycle, its regeneration became slower and slower. He was now sure of it. If he kept this up, the monster would eventually reach its limit and be unable to regenerate anymore. Let's see what runs out first, your regeneration power, or my chi. Hengsheng smirked, full of confidence, knowing that with his massive chi reserves, he could keep this up all day. Half an hour passed. The monster still refused to die. Hours passed. Its regeneration had slowed to a crawl, but it was still alive. 2 hours passed. The creature's movements became sluggish, but it endured. A full day passed. Hengsheng's eyes had turned bloodshot, his body drained from the continuous attacks, and yet, The monster still refused to fall. He could hardly believe that it had survived an entire day of relentless assault, but he wasn't without progress. He could see it now. The monster had almost completely lost its regeneration ability. Just a little more. Another hour passed, and still, the monster clung to life. Hengsheng had no choice. If he stayed any longer, he risked running out of chi completely, and if that happened, he would be forced to retreat back into the divine tree's aura. But before falling back, he had one last attack left. He gathered every last drop of spiritual chi within him, forcing all of his remaining strength into one final attack. The air around him shuddered, his connection to heaven and earth deepened, and he felt as though his very being had reached a new height. Then, without hesitation, boom! The final chi cannon, powered by the full strength of his Tao heart, tore through the battlefield, colliding with the monster in an explosion so fierce that the entire ground shook violently beneath him. As the dust settled, Hengsheng was already about to retreat, prepared to escape the moment he saw the creature begin to move again. But the monster stopped. Its massive body froze. Its flesh darkened. And then, ever so slowly, it began to dissipate. Hengsheng stared, his exhausted mind barely processing what he was seeing, but as the last remnants of the monster faded into nothingness, a weak smile tugged at his lips. He had won, but his body was done. His chi was completely drained. His vision blurred. His head ached. The entire world spun violently around him. With the last ounce of his strength, he called out weakly, "Yunswa broken bar, take me somewhere safe here, broken bar." Meow. His loyal companion barely had time to react before he collapsed. The last thing he heard was Yunsu's desperate cry, and the darkness. In a dark, hidden corner within the Pillar Foundation land, over 100 people clad in black robes with their faces concealed gathered in near total gloom. Among them stood a tall, imposing figure wielding an axe whose deep, resonant voice cut through the silence as he addressed the assembly. "Do you have the fire seal cow formation?" From a nearby cluster of sword wielders, a measured voice replied, "Yes, but the immortal tier talisman I got from the cult is all used up. I cannot launch another attack." The axeman nodded gravely at this response and then turned his attention to another faction, a group whose members, unlike the first with their cold, water chi aura, carried swords at their waists and exuded an unstable yet intensely charged aura of static electricity. If Hengsheng were here, he would remember the aura of a few people in this group who had once beaten up Beixing and his friend. With deliberate cadence, the leader inquired, "How about you? How many of the God-spawn cages have you broken?" At that moment, one man stepped forward with a self-assured smirk that betrayed his dissatisfaction with the axeman's temporary authority. Arrogantly, he declared, "I have broken countless of them and lost many of my sect members in the process, so I consider my mission complete, and I will not be getting involved further," as if the entire ordeal were nothing more than a trivial inconvenience. The axeman's expression darkened into a stern frown as he admonished, "Do not be too arrogant, Waibugia. This is an important mission for our cult, and there can be no mistakes. Even if you do not wish to take any risks, this time there is no alternative. Your only choice is to follow my command." Waibugia gritted his teeth in silent indignation. Although irritated by the axeman's tone, he knew that failure would mean death for the miller, whether at the hands of the overlord or the cult. So he forced himself to remain calm and replied, "I will continue to awaken more God-spawn and remain hidden. We will not join the attack until the very end." With that, the axeman rose, fixed his steely gaze upon Waibugia with a nod, and addressed the entire assembly. "I will lead the attack on Earth Seal, but I wonder if they are still there. Maybe they have already brought the Earth Seal cow formation to Metal Seal and gathered all their forces. If that is the case, a direct confrontation is impossible, and we have no choice but to use the last resort plan, leading the God-spawn to attack them all at once." The cult members nodded in agreement, then continued to discuss other details and plans. Finally, they disbanded to carry out their respective duties. Hengsheng now found himself at the edge of the endless forest. It had been 3 days since he killed the abomination monster. 3 days ago, he had passed out from depleted chi. During that time, Yansu had dragged him through the forest with her small body for an entire day before he finally regained his senses. The hardship had taken its toll, and now Yansu appeared angry with him. "I'm sorry. How about I find something tasty for you later?" he offered sheepishly. Perched on his right shoulder, Yansu turned her face away, her ears twitching slightly at his words, yet she remained resolute in ignoring him. "Since you're silent, I shall assume that means yes," Hengsheng continued. "Meow," came the sharp retort as she slapped him in the face for his shameless claim. As one human and one spirit beast travel across the forest terrain, Hengsheng tries to observe his surroundings. He still doesn't see any demon beasts other than those gathered around the divine tree's aura, and he is also on the lookout to determine if the abomination monster is the only one in the forest. However, after traveling for so long, he finds no sign of another abomination monster, which relieves him. He doesn't want to encounter something his logic cannot comprehend. Soon, he reaches the edge of the endless forest. In front of him lies a rocky mountain terrain where the Lan Clan base is hidden somewhere above. Hengsheng feels a bit excited once he nears his destination. He can focus on advancing his cultivation realm and attend to the many tasks awaiting him. Without further hesitation, he resumes his journey. But something feels off. Hengsheng frowns. He experiences the same sensation as when he was in the endless forest. The demon beasts have vanished. Hengsheng quickly rushes to his Lan Clan base at high speed. Along the way, he notices signs of a familiar scene from the endless forest, and his anxiety spikes, fearing that something bad is about to unfold. Not long after, he arrives at the mountain wall. Though it seems unremarkable, it is, in fact, the formation array concealing the entrance of the cave. Hengsheng steps into the solid mountain wall without delay and finds no resistance. He emerges on the other side, spotting two clan members guarding the cave. Their faces light up with excitement upon seeing him. "Brother Hengsheng, you're finally back." "Welcome back, Brother Hengsheng." Hengsheng processes the sight of his clanmates alive. From the evidence he finds along the way, he already assumes that the monster might also attack his clan base. "What happened outside? Why have all the demon beasts around here disappeared?" At his question, the two of them appear pale, and one responds, "Brother Hengsheng, you won't believe it. While guarding the entrance, I spotted a strange demon beast, very powerful, with an unusual appearance. It seemed to hunt everything in its path, but fortunately, it couldn't see through our hidden formation. Otherwise, we might have become its next meal." His voice trembles as he recollects the events. It dawns on Hengsheng that the creature responsible for wiping out all the nearby demon beasts was indeed the abomination monster. He wonders if there is more than the one he encountered. He continues questioning, when did it happen, and where has it gone now? The two recall the events and answer that the monster they saw seemed to be the same as the one that appeared in the endless forest. It showed up here a year ago, relentless in its hunt after finishing off every demon beast in the area. Then, it disappeared into the forest and has not returned to the Rocky Mountains since. Hengsheng nods, relieved that no immediate threat remains. He points at one of them and says, "You have led me to the best cultivation cave I will cultivate here." "Yes, Brother Hengsheng," comes the reply. Shortly after, he arrives at the cave, its interior brimming with dense spiritual chi. Satisfied, he nods, then takes out 2 green leaves and hands them to his clanmate, saying, "This is a divine-grade treasure. Share it with the one at the gate, and don't let anyone disturb me. You may go now." Upon hearing that it was a divine-grade treasure, the clanmate's eyes widen, nearly popping out of his head. He quickly regains his composure, steps outside, and bows to Hengsheng. "I'll give it my all, Brother Hengsheng." Once he watches him depart, Hengsheng shuts the stone door of his cultivation cave and approaches the stone bed. He retrieves his soft mattress from his space ring, lays it on the stone bed, and lies down. After a year, Hengsheng finally feels secure and promptly starts his cultivation session with the first task, enjoying a deep, restful sleep. Hengsheng wakes up the next day as a cultivator. Although he no longer acquires sleep, it serves as a good reminder that he is human despite his power and provides the best way to refresh his state of mind. He plans to continue it even as he grows stronger. Beside him, He sees Yansu with her eyes closed as if she is in a deep sleep, now floating gracefully. At the same time, spiritual qi gathers around her, weaving into a delicate, continuous thread or pattern suggesting she is in the process of breaking through to rank 2 of the spirit beast cultivation realm and will soon ascend to rank 3. He has challenges ahead of him as well. Still, after experiencing Samuel's life, he decides to adjust his plan from immediate breakthrough to the next cultivation realm right after securing a safe place to a more refined approach. He had not realized that one could alter the very nature of cultivation to become a profoundly different direction. His new strategy is to refine his current cultivation system, a system recognized among all cultivators on this continent as the path of Tao attainment. It begins with creating a spirit body at the body awakening realm. Then, in the Qi gathering realm, a cultivator must gather spiritual Qi to refine and fill the spirit core while opening at least 64 Qi meridians. Following that, the next realm is the spiritual foundation, for if Qi gathering represents a true cultivator, then the spiritual foundation marks the first step on the Tao path, establishing the very foundation of the cultivator's Tao heart, a spiritual symbol. To break through from the Qi gathering realm into the spiritual foundation realm, one must open the upper Danshan and form a spiritual symbol within. Subsequently, the heavenly Tao sends a mind tribulation to test the strength of this spiritual symbol. If it proves too weak, it will be destroyed, the cultivator will fail, and their upper Danshan will be severely damaged, making future breakthroughs increasingly difficult. But Hengsheng already possessed his Tao heart, so he was confident that he would easily forge a solid and strong spiritual symbol. Yet that was not enough for him. He yearned for more and was determined to push beyond the norm. Hengsheng entered the mind space to evaluate the full capabilities of his mind and to start developing his new cultivation technique. He did not intend to switch to another cultivation system. It was already too late for that. Moreover, while comparing Samuel's cultivation system, which emphasizes purely human genetics, with this continent's system, he recognized that the latter was stronger and more refined in its foundation. This system nurtures all aspects of a cultivator mind, body, and soul in a balanced manner, resulting in a solid foundation that prepares one for Tao attainment and eventual immortality. All cultivation techniques employ different methods based on the cultivator's path, yet the final destination remains the same. In the spiritual foundation realm, the first step is to open the upper Danshan and form a spiritual symbol. To open the upper Danshan, one must first open the initial 64 Qi meridians, which act as pathways for spiritual Qi within the body and connect all 3 Dantians. The lower Danshyana, this is where the spirit core is located. These 64 Qi meridians channel spiritual Qi from the spirit core to the upper Danshan in the brain. The method for opening the upper Danshan is the same as that for opening the Qi meridians. Still, it requires a significantly higher quality and quantity of spiritual Qi than simply opening the Qi meridians. The next step is condensing a spiritual symbol, representing the cultivator's chosen path and philosophy. The method for doing this varies according to the specific cultivation technique practiced. The symbol can take any shape or form. On this continent, where sword cultivation is particularly popular, many techniques guide the cultivator to condense a spiritual symbol in the form of a sword. The result is an enhancement of their talent and affinity for the sword Tao, more so than if the symbol were formed in another shape. After reflecting on his knowledge of his current cultivation system, he had already determined his path to becoming the system maker. He was poised to carve out his own path and forge a unique future. Hengsheng had no trouble opening the upper Danshan, as both the quality and quantity of his spiritual Qi were more than sufficient. Additionally, his control over his own spiritual Qi is unmatched by anyone in the same realms, thanks to the assistance of his main system. His real problem is the spiritual symbol. What he expects from it is not a typical spiritual symbol like everyone else's, but one that elevates his foundation to another level. Hengsheng uses his mind space power and a sample of cultivation world laws to determine whether his idea is feasible. He has many concepts, such as using his Tao heart directly as a spiritual symbol or creating something akin to a treasure or an artifact that would be an ideal material to condense his spiritual symbol with system power. After he goes through countless considerations and the metaphors, he finally knows the best thing he can use to condense into his spiritual symbol of the answer is something he has never considered before: the mind space. The mind space is a unique power granted to him after his reincarnation by unknown means. He did not want to understand it either because he knew he was too weak for such a concept. It bestows upon him omnipotent power over his imaginary world to an endless, white, empty space within his mind. This space is almost disconnected from the real world, and he can't use its power directly in the real world unless he supplies it with equal energy to produce the desired results. However, that is not an effective method of using the power of mind space. The best approach is through the system, which allows him to utilize a fraction of the omnipotent power of mind space in the real world. This method costs him significantly less than a direct approach to accessing that power. Hengsheng frowns at the unexpected answer he received and continues to contemplate what might happen if he proceeds. The outcome is that his mental space will lose its independence as a private world and become more connected to the outside, risking interference from an individual with mental or spiritual abilities. However, this isn't necessarily bad, as he still remains the supreme being within his mental space. Just as always, if someone like that were to enter his mind space, they would be in serious trouble. The real downside is that his mind space will completely forfeit other potential powers he could project into the real world in the future, leaving only the system power intact. The immediate effect would be that he will lose his slightly enchanted intelligence in the real world. Even if he has enough power to turn back time in the future, he can't do so by using his mind space ability, although it may not seem lost now. Once he gains enough power to wield the mind space at will, this all-encompassing omnipotent power of mind space will leave him without any weaknesses. Using mind space as his spiritual symbol also benefits him. He sacrifices his potential power in the distant future, the timing of which is unknown to him. He received a significant boost in his system creation ability. The system's power to challenge the laws and order in the realm governed by the heavenly Tao will be permitted to some extent. It felt as if the heavenly Tao encouraged him on this path and personally granted him a power enhancement. Hengsheng is currently weighing his options. Shortly thereafter, he decides to embark on this path and transform his mind space into his spiritual symbol. Although he will forfeit his potential omnipotent power through his mind space ability, he is confident that he can compensate for this loss by cultivating an exalted technique and system power. With this determination, he began to develop a cultivation technique that utilized his mind space to condense a spiritual symbol. Within a minute, the system administrator, Blue, helped him generate several cultivation techniques, which Hengsheng reviewed one by one, each time raising his eyebrows in awe at their remarkable effects. One technique grants him the ability to imbue an object with system power and awaken its wisdom, transforming it into a spirit system race or a lineage derived from the spirit race. This gives its wielder their own system power, and it can also cultivate to grow stronger like any other spirit race by absorbing spiritual chi and treasures. Hengsheng imagines wielding 10 cheat-like artifacts, each with different system powers comparable to his life simulation system. It would completely obliterate any opponent. Another one gives him a significant boost in his ability to create a specific type of system. With this, he might be able to develop a system that his current cultivation realm cannot achieve, such as a sign-in system that demands great insight into the Tao of fate and destiny to construct a legitimate system, not a knockoff one. There's even one that will double the system's reward after it results. It's complete cheating on top of cheating. After reviewing everything, he must choose one. Each technique has its own advantages, although it makes his system feel more like a cheat. Ultimately, he is not just a system user but also a system maker. Then, he chose the technique that gave him a massive boost as a system maker, the System World Creation Manual. This technique does not boost his system power more than any other technique, but it allows me to transform his mind space into the system world. It will enhance his system creation ability, but the key factor in his choice is that it grants him the power to bring life to the systems he creates. They will become a system race or a race under his rule, not under the heavenly Tao. living within the system world or the world between thought and reality. They can grow stronger by gathering thoughts, destiny, causality, and other elements, even if they initially seem as useless as the life-stealer system. He believes that granting his system a real life, rather than merely an artifact, intelligence will open many new possibilities for creativity and other things. One final advantage is that his system's capacity will no longer matter, since the system will exist within the system world, which is unified with him. He doesn't have to expend a significant amount of spiritual chi to install or uninstall his system anymore. He can swap them at will. Even in the midst of battle, he only needs to create a system ahead of time. Hengsheng opened his eyes and took a moment to gather his thoughts before he began working through the breakthrough process. He closed his eyes again but didn't enter the mind space this time. Instead, he focused on the spirit body within him. Following his commands, his spirit body gradually guided his spiritual chi into his spirit core and toward his brain, where his upper dantian resides. When his spiritual chi reached it, he directed it along the path of the cultivation technique, allowing it to erode the upper dantian blockage gradually. He continued to follow the technique without making any mistakes. A day passed, and the last blockage was removed. His spirit body immediately entered the upper dantian. Then, with intent focus, he began the next step of the breakthrough. As his spirit body settled at the center of the upper dantian, he proceeded with the technique, channeling a large amount of his spiritual chi to the upper dantian. Due to the movement of intent chi within his body, the air around him turned into a raging whirlwind. The spirit body at the center of the upper dantian has become a vital spiritual symbol as his spiritual chi circulates and condenses around it. Hengsheng diligently follows the pathway of the System World Creation Manual. Then, he brings out a bundle of branches and leaves from the divine tree stored in his space ring. He employs the main system's absorption function on them, gradually drawing in their chi, natural essence, and Tao essence to support his breakthrough process. Another day passed, and the process continued as his spirit body became completely surrounded by dense spiritual chi and Tao essence. Then, the whirlwind of chi, both inside and outside his body, stopped rotating. A moment later, his spirit body began to pull in all the chi and Tao essence into the center, starting the condensing process. The pull was intense. Hengsheng felt the high pressure pressing on him. Inside the upper dantian, a blue orb began to form, similar to his spirit core. The chi runes and patterns wove together according to the process technique. Finally, the last chi rune fills the gap on the surface of his spiritual symbol. In the next moment, the most important part of the technique combines his spiritual symbol with the mind space to create the system world. As the spiritual symbol completes, it sends a chi wave through his whole body, intending to summon his mind space. He does not know where it is located, but he assumes it is also inside his brain. Then, his mind space emerged from nowhere. It was the first time he saw what his mind space actually looked like, appearing inside the upper dantian as a flaming or chaotic red flame. Despite its appearance, it does not burn or seem a threat to him. Instead, it calms him like never before. He ignored it and moved on to the next step. The blue orb and the red chaotic flame collided with it, not causing an explosion. Instead, they fused together. Then Heavenly Tao sent him the mind tribulation. A moment later, Hengsheng found himself in an unfamiliar place. He looked around. Nothing was visible. The area was filled with gray mist. He was not surprised to suddenly appear here. He had already expected it. This place was a mind tribulation sent by the Heavenly Tao to test his spiritual symbol strength. Soon, Hengsheng frowned at the peculiarity of his mind's tribulation, which stemmed from his knowledge. The mind tribulation manifested as the road of Tao cultivation, the path that tested the cultivator on their chosen path. Only 10 steps down the path would count as passing the tribulation, but even though Hengsheng looked in all directions, he did not see anything resembling the path. In fact, there was nothing at all, only empty space, just like his mind space. Except there was a gray mist that obscured his vision, making it impossible to see further away. What does this mean? Hengsheng thought briefly before deducting. Is the Heavenly Tao trying to tell me that there is no path in my chosen path? If that were the case, he would do what he intended to do in the first place. Here he would carve his own path. With his resolve, he summons his Tao Heart to this place. The Tao Heart aura envelops him instantly, making his body shine with blue light. His eyes shine like a flashlight, seen through the grey mist. The mist is no longer obscured. What lies beyond is a countless number of paths stretching before him, each filled with different difficulties. Some paths lead through the burning ground, while others traverse the sharp blade road. Despite these challenges, it is all the same at the end of the road, the mountain. As he gazes at the mountain, he understands immediately what it signifies. If he reaches that mountain peak, he will become immortal. Hengsheng, without hesitation, stepped into the empty space, a void without any road. As his first step touched the void, it caused a resonance throughout the whole space. Soon, under his foot, a new road floor slowly emerged. Hengsheng took another step, and with the resonance wave, another new road floor appeared. He continued to step forward, soon reaching 10 steps. When he took the 11th step and as the road appeared, he started to feel the pressure weighing down on him. It pressed right into his mind, making his thought process difficult. As he continued to walk forward, the pressure increased with every step, and soon, an obstacle appeared in his path. It was a road covered in thin ice that would break if he stepped on it carelessly. However, he smirked at the obstacle, for as a system maker, he knew there were two ways to proceed in his path. One was to find the shortcut and cheat like others could not, and the second was to break the obstacle with cheat-like power and reshape it to suit his purpose. As his Tao Heart aura resonated with his thoughts, the aura around his body shone brightly. He stomped onto the thin ice road, shattering it into pieces. Despite this, he did not fall into the abyss. The impact of his stomp created a large wave of resonance, forming a bridge for him. The bridge stretches straight up to the top of the mountain. Hengsheng continues his steps. He can't remember how he returned to his cultivation cave without knowing when he passed the mind tribulation. Hengsheng scratching his head in confusion. The last thing he remembered was stepping onto the bridge, then a broken bar. Nothing. Hengsheng slowly observes himself. He can feel a newfound strength. It looks like he has succeeded in breaking through and has now become a spiritual foundation realm cultivator. He turns to see if Yunsu is doing what he saw. She is still in the process of breaking through to rank 3. Hengsheng knows this is good for demon beasts or spirit races. The more time they take, the more powerful they will become. Even before, Yunsu was stronger than him in both pure power and fighting instinct due to her absurd, powerful bloodline, yet she was useless against the monster only because she did not have the means to kill it. When he shifts his focus to himself, a new sense emerges from his upper dantian. It is similar to the spirit body, but more profound and potent. To it is the divine sense. This is another perk that comes with the breakthrough. His spirit body has now evolved for the better. As he tested it out, a wave of divine sense instantly enveloped the entire place. It was faster than light. He could feel anything inside his cave. He takes his time to become familiar with the divine sense until it feels like another limb of his body. Curious, he sends the divine sense back inside his upper dantian. He wants to see what his spiritual symbol looks like. When his divine sense returned to the upper dantian, Hengsheng saw that it had the same shape as his spirit core but was a red orb instead of a blue one. Its surface was decorated with chi patterns and chi runes that resembled when he brought the infinity evolution system outside his body to imbue Yunsu for hatching. Moreover, it also had patterns of the red chaotic flame moving across the surface as if it would never be extinguished, even now that it had become his spiritual symbol. After he observed the true appearance of his mind space, he couldn't help but feel curious about its origin, murmuring, "Where did it come from?" Hengsheng became serious. He needed to see what the world inside the system would be like. He closed his eyes and did the same thing he had done when he entered the mind space. Not even needing a second, he appeared in the system world. Looking around, he murmured, "This was the same as mind space." It was totally the same in appearance, but he could feel something with his supreme authority. Here, he could clearly sense the laws of the outside world, not a law of heavenly Tao, but it was the law of reality existence. This space was now somehow linked to reality, and the law of reality would grant many changes in it, such as he could probably use it as his space ring to store his things. He might also be able to store a living thing, but he will try that later. Most importantly, he acts like the Tao of Heaven himself in the system world. Hengsheng was satisfied with this result. Even though he felt a little insecure, his feelings were within an acceptable range. As long as he remained supreme in his own world, that was good. Hengsheng opened his eyes and did one last check before proceeding with another plan, opening the main system panel. Ding. Status. Name, Lan Hengsheng. Race, human. Age, 20. Spirit core, system neutral. Spirit core, Earth. Cultivation realm, spiritual foundation, 0.01%. Qi cultivation method, the system world creation manual. Attributes: physique, 784. Spiritual Qi, 3453. Mind, 2340. Divine sense, 2450. Special traits: the system world, super divine sense, vast meridian, the sun gaze. Genetic Qi techniques: mortal gradia, thousand motion art, earth gradia, endless step technique, horizon shift technique, world shatter palm art, Qi surge cannon technique, heaven's pulse fist technique, pure Qi rebound technique, hidden mind sutra. Auxiliary systems capacity, 100/100%, life simulator system, 100%. System points, 0-10,000 points. Absorb, upgrade. Hengsheng widened his eyes at the increased attributes he received from advancing his cultivation realm, but soon he shook his head. I have to get rid of this, what a useless function. He was really dissatisfied with his short-sightedness when he created the main system. Due to his lack of understanding of cultivation, he made everything merely reflect Leetpk, but it couldn't truly fit into this world as he had thought. At least the 12 main functions are working well. After the breakthrough, he needed to stabilize his cultivation realm for some time before continuing to test his newfound power and practice his techniques. This left him time to update his main system. Hengsheng brought out 7 Tao treasures. These treasures held fragments of Tao essence representing the 5 elements and yin-yang. As he was in the most abundant place on the entire continent, he had never discovered them all in one place like this. He intends to refine all of them into one to create the Heavenly Tao Connector. This connector will be integrated into the main system and serve as the link between him and the 7 Tao of Heaven. Hengsheng intends to borrow the power of these Tao to sustain his main system. The result is unknown to him now, but it can't be bad since he has already confirmed that his action is not violent under any heavenly Tao rule with his mind-space power long ago. Hengsheng began to refine the divine-grade treasure immediately. He controls the 7 treasures floating around him with his divine sense. He, who is now at the spiritual foundation realm, is not strong enough to effectively refine a divine-grade treasure. However, he doesn't need to since he has an assistant. He activates the absorb function, and moments later, the Qi thread emerges from his spirit core and makes contact with the treasure, beginning to absorb the divine-grade treasure's Qi essence into his spirit core. The Qi essence of these divine-grade treasures condenses into a single point within his spirit core, and from there, his main system then takes over. The Qi essence merges together under the system's control, and the process continues for a while until it forms an octagonal emblem that glistens and pulses with the Tao rhythm. This is the Heavenly Tao Connector. Hengsheng control it carefully, then imprint the emblem into his spirit core. Instantly, his spirit core is enveloped by the aura of heaven and earth, and it starts to form an invisible connection with the Heavenly Tao. Hengsheng himself is also being enveloped. His aura is being refined by heaven and earth. Soon, he starts to feel a high pressure at his spirit core. Hengsheng frowned. This is bad. He can feel that his spirit core is being pressed by the weight of heaven and earth to the point that it is almost breaking apart. Crack. The fractures start to appear on his blue orb spirit core. Hengsheng turns pale at the sight. The only thing he can do is hope it can endure for a while. If he stops here, not only will his spirit core be damaged, but he will also lose all his efforts for nothing. His pace seemed to work somehow. A moment later, the octagonal emblem fully imprinted itself into his spirit core, sending glistens and pulses through the entire core. Adjusting the aura of the spirit core to be compatible with heaven and earth, Hengsheng could feel that the pressure on his spirit core was easing. Hengsheng opened his eyes, and blood gushed from his mouth. He coughed out the blood and wiped his lips, his expression pale due to the unexpected injury. I should be more careful about using mind-space prediction. Even though mind-space predicted he would be fine, he should not rush to proceed without first securing the risk as much as possible. So, the damage to his spirit core is completely his own fault. Hengsheng sent his divine sense to observe his spirit core damage. The crack is not so bad. From its appearance, it had stretch marks around 3 out of 10 on the spirit core surface. There was no deep wound. He breathed a sigh of relief. With his minor injury, he only needed to stabilize his cultivation, which he could later fix his wound with system power. Broken bar. Ding. Heavenly Tao Quest. Quest title: A Fan Compensation. Description: due to your act of stealing power from the Heavenly Tao, this action is considered highly offensive. The Heavenly Tao demands your compensation. Objectives: deliver the Tier 3, upgradable, Luck Tao-related system to the Heavenly Tao. 01. Rewards: fully restore user condition to its optimal state. Time limit/conditions: 1 hour or decline the quest. Failure penalty: struck by Tier 3 Heavenly Tribulation. Accept yes/no. Hengsheng's eyes widen in shock as he stares at the system panel he didn't design. What the heck? I'm being hacked. This system panel was completely different from the one he had designed before. Although he preferred simplicity, this one was unique. Its frames and backgrounds display stunning and magnificent designs, featuring purple gold clouds swirling into the shape of the Eye of Heaven, positioned at the top. Hengsheng carefully read through the text content it presented to him. So I have to pay a tax to use unlimited energy from the Heavenly Tao. I should have expected something like this in the first place. I forgot that there's no free meal in this world or any other world. But how does the Heavenly Tao have a system? It's so strange that it doesn't fit the nature of the Heavenly Tao at all. With a deep breath, Hengsheng closes his eyes and enters the system world before checking the database of his main system. Soon, he discovered the cause of this strange event. It turned out that the moment his spirit core connected with the Heavenly Tao through the Heavenly Tao connector, the Heavenly Tao utilized this connection to send a message directly to him through the new system function that the Heavenly Tao itself created by copying his main system framework. Hengsheng slapped his own face and scolded himself. Why am I so stupid? If I can connect to heaven, why can't heaven connect to me? But soon, he regained his composure and began to think carefully. Throughout his life, he had believed that the Heavenly Tao was a heartless natural phenomenon that could only respond to certain established rules. Yet, this action made him reconsider it clearly. It could adapt to new things, a perk exclusive to those who possess intelligence. Maybe Heavenly Tao is the AI of heaven and earth? Hengsheng frowned as he read the content on the system panel. The Heavenly Tao demanded that he create a system for it. And what did Tier 3 mean? Ding. Congratulations. You completed the hidden quest. Rewards: basic tiering system knowledge. Accept yes/no. He could not help but feel awed that heaven could really read his mind. He immediately accepted the reward, and a moment later, certain knowledge rushed into his mind. He experienced the same sensation when he learned a cheat technique through system power. He quickly reviewed it. The tiering system is a hierarchical framework designed to assess and classify power levels based on the quality and quantity of energy and impact. It differs from the hierarchical rank of a cultivator's cultivation realms. With the basic knowledge provided to him, there are 7 tiers. The first tier represents the energy level of a normal human or animal. The second tier corresponds to high-power machines or those meta-humans in the life simulation of Samuel Barlow. And Tier 3 is the energy level capable of powering an entire city. The higher tier, the more destructive it will become. He compares himself with this tier system. He would be at the low end of the Tier 3 level. Soon, he now knew what the Heavenly Tao was asking for. The Heavenly Tao demanded of him a Tier 3 system that could be powered by an amount of energy sufficient to light up an entire city. Hengsheng noted that this was not hard to do so since his main system and life simulation system were already operating at that level of energy. When they were first created, they consumed a large amount of spiritual ki, an amount equal to what could power an entire city for a while. Even if it was not that difficult to achieve, Hengsheng felt a little uncomfortable being forced to work for heaven. If he did not comply, heaven would send him its traditional method of punishment, heavenly tribulation. He did not want to experience that a second time. He still remembered the lightning flowing through his veins. It hurt like hell. Sighing with dejection, he began his work for the heavenly Tao, who requested a system that could be upgradable and had to be related to luck Tao. He thought for a while, then closed his eyes and began to craft a system within a system world. He hurried to complete the work because he was given only an hour. If it was before this, just a little amount of time. Not even enough time for energy transfer to create a system, though that was before now. In his spiritual foundation, his power to send out energy all at once had improved tenfold, so he could make it in time if he was quick enough. With a rapid design, he created the gamble system. It was an easy mechanic that the system could increase the user's chance of winning any gamble by spending their chi luck and stealing chi luck from the loser. It was a very simple mechanic and dangerous to use, but Hengsheng did not care because he was not the one who would be using it on a way. He simply considered that he was giving it life. Hengsheng shook his head. Sending out a living system without knowing where or why was too dangerous. Then he opened his eyes and focused the spiritual chi above his palm. Chi surged from all directions, gathering above his hand and slowly condensing into a system orb artifact. Hengsheng frowned as he realized that the heaven and earth chi were following his actions without any explicit command. It must be that the heavenly Tao was assisting him. He nodded in understanding. This was why he was given only an hour to complete. It helps him in the energy transition process, greatly expediting the creation. Before long, the system orb chi artifact was complete. It looked similar to the one he had created for Yansu's spirit beast egg, though differing in the runes and the pattern of chi on its surface. Then Hengsheng wondered aloud, how can I deliver it? Without further prompting, a mass of purple gold clouds slowly materialized in front of him in the form of an offering plate. Hengsheng almost laughed at the absurdity of the event, but he quickly controlled his leaper. If he laughed at the heavenly Tao, it might anger him and send 10 rounds of heavenly tribulation to teach him a manner. Instead, he maintained his composure, carefully sending the system orb chi artifact onto the offering plate. Then he observed as the cloud and the system orb chi artifact were swept away into the void. Ding! Congratulations! You completed the quest. Rewards: restore user condition to its optimal state. Accept yes/no. Hengsheng pressed his finger on yes immediately. A moment later, the golden light came out of nowhere to envelop his body entirely. He felt it was healing him, fixing the wound on his spirit core, and finally stabilizing this cultivation realm instantly. The relaxed sensation made him feel a little sleepy, but he forced himself to wake and observe himself with the divine sense. Another time, he felt awe at the power of heavenly Tao. It put his body in peak condition just like that, and he did not even feel any effort to do so. With the time limit no longer a concern, Hengsheng took a moment to reflect on what had just happened. A connection between me and the heavenly Tao like this will surely make my life difficult. He realized that there was a chance the heavenly Tao might turn him into its personal servant and control him through the quest. This thought made him frown. Even though he could sever the connection after using its power, the price would have to be paid in another way, whether through karma or misfortune. He resolved that it was better to keep the connection intact to discern the heavenly Tao's true intentions. Whatever comes, I will be ready, he declared, firmly establishing his resolve to fight anything heavenly Tao throws at him. Hengsheng then decided to set this matter aside and focus on finishing the system upgrade plan. He had already created an updated version of the system, but with the new knowledge of the tiering system he had just acquired, he decided to make a few more adjustments. Quickly, he entered the system world and made the necessary modifications, updating several components until he was completely satisfied. After he was done with the design, he opened his eyes and quickly brought a mountain of spirit stones to lay around him. He intended to use it in case the energy drain was more than he expected. He learned this through suffering. With everything ready, he began to proceed with the update. He murdered only when he heard it. Initialize the system update. Ding! Upgrading the strongest cultivator system. A broken bar. Crack. Hengsheng eyes wide, and he tries to look where the cracking sound is coming from. He did not want to be injured again second in one day, but after carefully observing his own body, There was nothing wrong. A broken bar crack. Once again, the sound came out. This time, he knew now where it was coming from. It was a spirit stone aside from him. It was drained so quickly that it shattered instantly. Crack. He turned a bit pale from seeing the rate of the system upgrade drain, but he did not feel it inside his body. It was like the prodigy chose to drain the outside spiritual chi first. This must be another side effect of the heavenly Tao connector. Hengsheng quickly brought out more spirit stones. He sensed the interior of his space ring and could not help but pity himself. The spirit stones that he carried around were massive compared to the same generation of him, but even with that, they were almost gone now. The million low-rank spirit stones are now only 100,000 left due to his cultivation consumption for the last 2 years. He immediately understands why people like to kill each other just for a couple of treasures. It turns out that no matter how much you have, it will never be enough. One after another, spirit stones have been shattered. He also brought out more spirit stones to continue the process. He can feel that soon it will be a complete upgrade. This is boring. I should add the instant progress function after this. As Hengsheng predicts, the system update is complete after it drains more than half of the spirit stone. Ding. The strongest cultivator system is upgraded. Ding. The strongest cultivator system panel. Name, Lan Hengsheng. Race, human. Spirit core, system neutral. Spirit core, earth. Cultivation realms, spiritual foundation, 0.01%. Cultivation techniques, the system world creation manual. Attainments, Tao heart. Status attributes, overall battle power, tier 3, B. Physical, tier 2, A. Energy, tier 3, C. Unity, tier 3, A. Abilities skills, tier 3, C. Traits, the system world, tier. The sun gaze genetic, tier 1. S. Abilities skills library, abilities, super divine sense, vast meridian. Combat skills, 1000 motion art, endless step technique, horizon shift technique, world shatter palm art, chi surge cannon technique, heaven's pulse fist technique, pure chi rebound technique. Secondary skills, hidden mind sutra, basic formation mastery, basic artifact crafting, basic rune engraving. Auxiliary systems 1/4, life simulator system, tier 2, S. Available functions, absorption, upgrade, inspection, concealment. System points, 0. Hengsheng smirks with his new system upgrade. It seems similar in appearance, but the system function power is greatly enchanted, and almost all limitations are eliminated. A new sensation rushed through him as the system optimized his entire being. His movements were precise, his body felt light, and his senses were sharper. As he moved to test out his new system's power, he realized that this precise control revealed much about himself. He instantly knew how hard his punch was without needing to test it directly. He could feel every fiber of his muscles with the slightest touch. This level of control was completely different from before. Every movement now seemed effortless, as if his body and mind were perfectly synchronized. He marveled at his newfound power and anticipated even greater feats in battle and cultivation. While Hengsheng celebrated his success, he suddenly sensed someone lingering outside his cave. Frowning, he had already warned others not to disturb him. He glanced at Yunsu, who was still in the midst of her rank up, and tried not to disrupt her progress. Reluctantly, he opened his cave and found the one to whom he had given the divine leaves standing there, visibly anxious. Hengsheng's eyes narrowed as he demanded, "What is your business here?" The clanmate, unable to hide his urgency, replied, "Brother Hengsheng, just a memento. There's a group from our clan coming this way, but a strange demon beast, similar to the one that wiped out the Rocky Mountain, is after them. It has now entered the cave. Others have opposed it, but we haven't been able to kill it. I came here to ask for your help." Hengsheng felt goosebumps after hearing that the monster was appearing. Even though it wasn't strong, its mere presence made him want to wash his eyes with soap. However, he didn't have time to wait. Life and death were a matter of seconds. "Lead me the way now," he commanded. Responding to his command, the guy quickly led him through the cave network. After 2 minutes, they reached the scene. What he saw was a monster with a disgusting shape, similar to the one in the endless forest, but this one was smaller and had a large mouth at the end of its long body. It was currently being focused fire by his clanmates spamming cheat technique, with more than 30 of them attacking the monster from afar, causing its flesh to burst every second. However, it also regenerated instantly, keeping pace with the attacks, which made their faces pale as they had never seen anything like this before. As Hengsheng stepped onto the battlefield, he shouted, "Everyone, step back!" Despite his presence, no one followed his command. Some clanmates attacking the monster shouted, "Brother Hengsheng, this demon beast can't be killed. It will recover instantly if we stop attacking it, and we might all die." Hengsheng nodded, understanding their fear. They worried that once the monster was free, it would leap into the air and kill some of them, but he wouldn't let that happen. "I have a way to kill it. You guys back off and don't get in my way." Others seemed shocked by his claim and exchanged glances, yet they continued their offensive techniques, not daring to stop. Hengsheng shouted once more, "Now!" Finally, they leapt back as far from the monster as possible. Just as his clanmates had said, the moment they stopped attacking, the monster instantly recovered and leapt at the nearest person. The person's face went pale as he thought about how to deal with the next life. But before the monster could reach the man, Hengsheng appeared between them. He was now enveloped by the aura of Dao Heart and sent a chi palm at the monster. Pack. Its entire body exploded, and it roared in pain from its multiple mouths. The other clanmates, hearing this, were stunned by the monster's reaction because, despite their non-stop attacks, it had never roared with pain even once. However, with one attack from Hengsheng, they could finally feel that the monster was hurt for the first time. The monster began to recover, but it was significantly slower. Hengsheng didn't give it a chance to recover. He launched another attack. Pack. Just like that, another loop of beating began.